Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Last time, a lot of things happened. We led an attack on Yulmore, and discovered that Vothri was the final Light Warden. He fled, and as such we liberated Yulmore from him, in a way, I suppose. But he fled to a giant floating mountain in the sky, and then we rallied everyone in Norvrant to build a giant golem that could grab the mountain and give us a way to reach it. And then we went and we defeated Vothri, who transformed into Innocence, a very powerful Sin Eater, Light Warden. And then, when Sucro absorbed the final light, it did not go well. That's an understatement. The night sky is gone once again. Sucro is slowly transforming into a Sin Eater that will be even more of a major problem than anything else we've seen, if that were to happen. Because she's too powerful and cool. And Emmett Selk told us that if we wanted to fall into madness with some dignity, we should visit his home in the Tempest. Whatever that is. So welcome. This is what's happened to the world again. And the sky is this way, technically, because of Sucro. Because she has all of the light. And that's a problem. The music is also sad. But I thought the creepy, ominous ambience was important. Currently, we need to reassure the masses that things are totally, completely fine, probably. Oh yeah, also also the Crystal Exarch was revealed to be Guraha Tia, and then Emmett Selk shot him. And kidnapped him. So that also happened. That is true about the Tempest. So yeah, a lot of stuff happened. I think I did a somewhat adequate summary of all of it. But let's talk to the townspeople. Hello, Bragi. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. That's...
The Tempest is a Shakespearean play about the loss of love and life, of the hell that is revenge, and the giving up of the stage, be it life or otherwise. It is a fitting place for Emmett Selch to live.
Emmett Selch. Emmett Selcher's grape jelly spread. That's just what I think of when I hear anything that rhymes with Welch. It could also be a verb or a sound effect, maybe. But I just thought of Welchers instead. This stream is not sponsored by Welchers. But it'd be very funny if they actually sponsored anything. Anyway. Cold and lifeless, like a corpse that was still breathing, I'm sure that's fine, right? Happy Pride Month, indeed. The Tempest is also... well... Cassette Beasts does something involving the Tempest. So that's also cool, I guess. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the Fates deem fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesamile was worried sick about you too. Chesamile? A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. By the way, I got a new controller as well. So I guess we'll see in the course of this stream if the controller really was the issue. Unless it was just like not correctly plugged in, and this is actually disguising that. Like just by unplugging it and plugging something else in its place. I could be secretly not noticing the actual problem of it was just not plugged in well. But I suppose it doesn't matter too much. It's the same type of controller, it just has a different design on it because I wanted to be able to tell which one was which. And also because I thought it was probably smart to get one with a design that I could find on my desk, instead of one that blended in perfectly with the desk. Anyway. Oh, sweetie, you're alive! No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagiric's Chirurgians were forbidden from making visits. Yeah, exactly. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard by every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Huh. So I've been pointing out repeatedly that the game has been urging Sucro to rest more, and now Sucro is being told to tell other people to also rest. And our own Morin has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. This music is very sad. Understandably so. If Selch was a verb, what would it mean? I feel like it's close to squelch. So it'd probably be something similar to that. Selch is a verb that specifically describes crushing low polygon count grapes. A terrible dance move that everyone thinks looks funny. Oh, right. The sounds on my Stream Deck are broken for some reason. I just wanted to do the dab. Why are they broken? Hey, what's going on there? Wait, are they all broken? Or is it... I think it's just ones that specifically look at a specific program.
Clone!
Which is not that one. That one is wired differently. Well, I've got that sound effect, so...
Clone!
Pretend that that's the dab noise now. Anyway. I forgot about that and didn't try to fix it. Whoops. Confound it, this says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Sucro, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catless, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. You know, this is not a particularly appropriate time for tech support, but I'm bothered by this stuff not working because that actually does defeat multiple stream redeems. So I'm gonna try something that might end in disaster, which is restarting programs. Okay. Wait. Why isn't this working now? What? Oh, that's why. Okay. That should be working. Wait. Okay, now that's not working, but like in a different way? What? Hold on. The stream setup is like an intricate, interwoven pile of nonsense that immediately falls apart if you pull a single string. There! I can dab now. Now we can save the world. Maybe.
Clown.
Clown still works. I have a gun. This button I keep forgetting exists. Works. Not that I use it. Okay, we're good. Sorry. The solution really was restart everything. Except I didn't... Okay, hold on. I need to make sure other stuff also works.
Test.
I guess that works. It seemed a little bit off with the timing. Maybe I'll just restart that too, just to make sure.
Meow, I am a cat.
I guess that's close enough. I'm probably imagining any faulty timing. Sorry about that. Tech issues are one of my #1 most distracting / frustrating categories of event. So I wanted to resolve it. And I forgot to try and resolve most of that stuff earlier. Because I forgot that that was a problem. But we should be fine now, I think. Sucro, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that? Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning out on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. The thing is that I have gear of a much higher item level than I'm supposed to, Catless, so you're gonna have your work cut out for you. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. I wonder if this cutscene actually changes if your eye level is lower. Is this like a gear check? It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Oh, wait, I remember where this is going, I think. Sort of. Wave. Greetings, Glenard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grinault? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. I wonder if Grinault has anything to do with Geralt. Maybe. But what good does his talent do if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grinault since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches on to an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. By the way, I forgot to say hello and welcome to everyone. Hello. I said welcome to Shadowbringers, but I didn't say hello to everybody. So hello. In my time at the bar, many is the tale I've heard of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth a bit. Just a bit. Nod. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grinault, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course, so I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I've a regular who's eager to see you. Smile, nod. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here, here. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Everyone is still trying their best to keep such a positive outlook on everything. Sucro is having trouble with this. Maintaining the facade, as it were. Poor Sucro. In his garden. Sucro, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often like to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Take a moment to feel the wind upon your face is the current quest objective. Everyone is very worried about Sucro, too. I probably could have just walked down here. Yeah, it's It's certainly a quest objective that doesn't make things seem like they're going well. Wow. Yeah. That's the sort of quest objective that happens at the end of Persona 3 or something, if that had those. Jeez. Maybe I should be doing this. Maybe I should be frowning about this. But I don't know.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Also, it's kind of funny that you chose the words "you started to crack" from that, when that's basically the sound effect of Sucro falling apart in this particular part of Final Fantasy XIV. Someone's going to say that to me and I'm going to cry. I don't actually remember if they say that at any point.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
I am only kind of responsible for it. Responsible for it implies that I did this on purpose, maybe. Depending on how you look at it. The secrecy is worse, I'd rather people knew. I still can't believe it's coming from me, or it's all such a mess. Honestly, it's all such a mess. That last one. Sucro.
Aye. An all too familiar one. Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out.
True.
But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
There's so much subtlety happening with Sucro's facial expressions in this part of the game.
I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives.
Wow, already a good screenshot. Yeah.
One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had.
I saw a giant robot and it was incredibly cool. And now I'm hyped. Well, it was equivalent to a robot.
Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky.
It was very inspiring.
No.
That's true.
We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
Heck yeah. Smile. Nod. The music's faded.
Well, come on then.
I don't have the fist bump emote, Ardbert. I'm sorry. I have the high five emote. Boop.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours.
I forgot that Jack Garland does a fist bump at any point. I already somehow.
As much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. Also, Ardbert, are you going to explain what you think this means, or not?
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Gasp.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Feoul, I can see ghosts. Isn't that cool? Can see ghost singular, actually.
Look at what you've done to your ether.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
Yeah, I
And you
know.
have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
I'm working on it. Do you have any suggestions?
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you?
Yeah, that it's important to clarify that. That is true. Actually, everyone watching this is seeing a ghost right now, technically. I suppose.
Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
That sounds like a fantastically poor idea, Feoul.
Haha, yes. You are ghost.
It's true. Not a very spooky ghost, though, I don't think. Feoul, we've already seen what Light Warden Titania looks like. Do you want, like, Light Warden Titania times 100 to destroy the world? That seems bad news. That seems like a bad idea.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense.
And here we have a great text box demonstrating Fey morality. And how it's not the same.
My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
Either that or Feoul is testing us to see what we say in response to this.
Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
Okay.
And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower?
I kill everybody, probably. It'd be bad. Would be less ephemeral,
Dear
though.
beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
Nod. I suppose that's encouraging in a way. Think of the present.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow.
Nice couplet. Cool rhyme.
See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
Cool other couplet. Cool set of 2 rhymes. Hello, Gurahatia.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer.
Garage? Would she say it as... I don't think she would.
But what will you do with it, I wonder?
Oh, the caption said
I'll be watching
that.
and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Guraha. It does say garage. Gurahatia. Hey, that worked better. Ah, yes.
I am going to do my best to say the name of our good cat buddy. I am going to do it. Let's count us down. 3, 2, 1. Grahatia.
I think Callie got it correct. I think that's a valid pronunciation of Graha. I just emphasize the tribe letter more than the game does sometimes. I think that was the original intent, like Yashtola and not Yashtola. But Sucro is definitely pronounced Sucro. Because if you don't emphasize the Su, it starts sounding strange. Sounds like escrow. Or something worse. Sucro is not a legal arrangement in which a third party temporarily holds money or property until a particular condition has been met, such as the fulfillment of a purchase agreement. Sucro is a cat. I did in fact Google a definition.
Cat names are fun. Sucro, Ustala, Grahatia, Kali Company.
Company? Calico, no! This is not an enterprise. I have a brand, but not a company. Kali Company. That's correct. Except it's incorrect. Kali is incorporated into the stream, but that's a different kind of incorporate. I was so taken by surprise by that. I was also not expecting that. But yeah, do other people have their funny little stream familiar in charge of captions? I guess Xandra has XandraBot. That's the only one I can think of, because I don't know of a lot of streamers with the funny little stream familiar.
Too late, I am now Executive Kali, of Kali Corp. I am corrupted by greed.
No! No, Calico! I don't know anything about what Xandrabot does other than be next to the captions and have emotes. That does sound like a cube watermelon type of thing to do. Gather information on the Crystal Exarch. Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you've not come in search of an Amaro. I'm... not really. Ah, I see. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations.
Just kidding, was a joke. I do not believe in corporations on the grounds of anti-capitalist sentiment. Happy Pride Month.
That's correct. Thank you, Callie. Capitalist. It sounded like she also said sentiment. I'm just so focused on Calico's saying words. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Huh. I was thinking of sentiment as in, like, similar to gentle. Like, gentleman would be sentimental gentleman. Though they could also be gentlemen in the perfume business. Either of those things could be true. Possibly even both of those things at the same time. Sucro, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensor Gate. I forgot about that detail, that the Crystal Exarch basically raised Lena. Are we talking to Morin again? I guess that makes sense. Morin's the only person we talked to twice. Oh, is there something else you needed? If you come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or Verbertites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Hello and welcome. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Aye, the Exarch has ever been one to conceal his full appearance, although I have on occasion spotted what could only have been a tail. I forgot to continue speaking to everyone else except for Morin after that particular part, but that's fine. It is very funny that Morin's like, I thought I saw a tail once. Imagine if they had thrown that clue in earlier, like before you knew who Garahatia, or that Garahatia was the Exarch. Imagine if someone was like, I don't know what the heck, why the heck this was, but I saw the Exarch had a tail or something? I am not yet sure. I feel like that will likely take another 8 or so hours total. We have already been going for 40 minutes, surprisingly. But I cannot say for certain whether or not we will get to the end of 5.0. I had done the Crystal Tower once. At some point, like, I'd done the Crystal Tower raids one time, and I did not remember them at all. So when I originally played Shadowbringers, I did not remember who Garahatia was. So when I saw that option pop up that was like, so what happened to Garahatia? I was like, wait, who? Who's that again? 2 super long streams in a row feels like a dangerous idea? Maybe. But Shadowbringers is very good, though, is the thing. But I'll see how I'm feeling. I'm not afraid to end the stream before Shadowbringers 5.0 is over. But I think I'll get like at least halfway through the rest of it, probably. That is true. It is fun to see all this emphasis on how little everyone knew. It's interesting. I like thinking of it as an inverted mystery. Sucro, I was not told you'd awoken. Nod. A welcome surprise. Now if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. I think they will... I think, like, even though the Crystal Exarch's identity was hidden from everyone, I think who he wasn't exactly hidden in terms of, like, what kind of person the Crystal Exarch was, and they will remember him for all of the things he did. At least that's the impression I get. The delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. Weird name for a room, but okay. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city, was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. I think it's interesting that Lena is just volunteering this information to us immediately, though I guess she knows more about us than a lot of the people around here do. She knows how much the Exarch trusted us, and like how important we were to the Exarch. I think she knows that we're the Warrior of Darkness. So I guess it makes sense. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Yeah, we did learn that he had planned to basically, like, steal all of the light and then teleport into the void and die. So, yeah, he was planning death. He thought it was the only way. Tell me, Sucro, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. I don't know what I can say. I guess I can't say anything. Forgive me, I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he's not here to respond to them personally. But you've come to me with a question of your own, have you not? I need to know more about the Exarch. Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. Oh yeah, random side note. I was thinking about how if Sucro were removed from the context of Final Fantasy XIV and had to have a name that did not like directly follow Mikote naming conventions very obviously, and or wasn't a Super Mario RPG reference, like so directly. I was thinking about how that would work. Like, would her first name be Crow? Would her name be Sue? Would she be Sue Crow? Would that be like her full name? Would Crow be a nickname? Would she be Sue, quote unquote, Crow Funk? Would the Sue be short for Susie or Susan? And then I also realized that that's true. She could have like a hyphen somewhere. She could be Sue Crow with a hyphen, or Susan Crow Funk. But yeah, I was actually thinking like Susan Crow Funk is very funny. Like if you abbreviate it to like Susan C Funk, something about that is just funny to me. Can you imagine Sucro saying, "Hello, I'm Susan C Funk. I'm a cat." You can imagine that last part, I'm sure. I think that that's funny enough that that might be the answer. And I don't know why it's funny. If they relocalize Sucro Funk in the Mario RPG remake, I'm going to make this face. This one. I'm going to pout at them. If they relocalize Neo Squid, I will be completely understanding, but also I will pout a little bit. I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. By the way, I am 100% for sure streaming a complete playthrough of the Mario RPG remake once it releases. Seeing as how that's one of my favorite games ever created. And I've never actually played a proper playthrough on it on any sort of... I was going to say venue. I guess venue is an accurate way to describe streaming and video content platforms in a sense. I did like a partial playthrough of some kind of Super Mario RPG ROM hack at some point, but that's not quite. Also, it's very funny that you mentioned escrow because we did talk about that earlier. But yeah, I did play like I did play a small amount of a Mario RPG ROM hack like 1,000 years ago. But I've never done like the actual game, even though I always say it's my favorite game, or at least one of my favorite games. I've completed Super Mario RPG about 12 times at least. There's a few things that I never did, like I never found all the hidden items. I didn't get the prize for 100 super jumps in a row. I don't think I ever interacted with the casino. By the way, do you think they're going to change the casino to Voltorb Flip? Because that would be very funny to me. Just inexplicably put Voltorb Flip in Mario RPG. Galumba Flip or something? I don't know. I'm getting very distracted from Lena by thinking about Super Mario RPG, I'm sorry. Clown Flip. Well, they are clowns.
Clown.
That's right. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Nod. What exactly were the couplets that Feoul said to me a second ago? I'm gonna scroll up and look. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. Okay, I was just checking to see if Feoul said anything about finding the key or something, because it'd be funny to me if it was literally a key after that. The unbroken thread. Come, meet me in the ocular and I will unlock the door within. I just tried to press down on the D-pad to use a town portal. I just want you to know that. I effectively have town portal, but it takes a few more steps than that in this game. The thing about video games is that there are a lot of them, and all of them have different functions with different controls. Yeah, Feoul did say that. Let me scroll up here. In the chat that you can't see. You have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours, is what she said. And also my ether is a mess. And then she immediately was like, I could give you my throne. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Wouldn't it be great to have like Ultra Sin Eater Titania Sucro? And then Sucro didn't even have to say anything before Feoul was like, you know, yeah, probably not. I feel like I might have just accidentally misgendered Feoul, but I don't remember if I actually said a pronoun or not. Feoul is they, though. Sorry. Mistress Sucro, the captain said to expect you. I probably said they, actually? I don't know. But yeah, all the Fae
I have
are...
unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter.
All or a lot of the Fae use they, them. I did say they? Okay.
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Nod. Books! This is Sucro's favorite room in the Crystal Tower now. Sucro loves books. Sucro now knows that Garaha Tia loves books. Oh yeah! That is the same room. You're right.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee.
Urianger was let in here.
Thy true name is Grahatia, then?
Okay, the game is saying it Graha. I'm emphasizing... They really did stop emphasizing the first letter as much. Oh, is it not the same room? Actually, I have no idea. I'd have to go look at the flashback again. It looked similar enough that I was like, oh yeah, that's probably right. But now I'm not certain. So the game is just going to say Graha, so I don't need to say Guraha. That is only true in like the initial established naming convention rules, I guess. Sucro is still going to be Sucro, though. It probably varies from Mikote to Mikote, or Mistel to... Well, not Mistel. Mistel names are different. Anyway.
By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star.
You mean like a localization decision? Apparently Graha is from the future.
Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
Also, this song is good. Nod.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I guess not. I guess Urianger didn't know about the Crystal Tower raids.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity.
Yeah. The voice acting is very good.
My mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest.
It's very convenient that we get to have this flashback.
In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures.
Principle number 1. Sucro is a cat? That seems like a fundamental principle to me. I don't know where you're going with this.
By which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
Mm-hmm. So you're not going to...
That idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice.
So you're not going to elaborate on what these fundamental principles are at any point, probably.
But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished."
Hey, that's exactly what Emmett Selk said that people would say when... Oh, geez. Does Emmett Selk know this story somehow? He probably does. They're deliberately reusing this particular phrase and how it is emphasized, is what I'm saying. Both Emmett and the Exarch have said this. Oh yeah, that's true, actually. He very much does not know everything. But he did say this exact line, which is something.
Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass.
Hey, Crossroads was the name of the quest where Reen talked to Minfilia. We can yet save those we have lost. Yep. 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 Probably? I think we probably should.
The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me.
Hey, I just had a thought. If we've established that time travel exists and can be used to save worlds that are doomed, can we save the Void? Can we save the 13th? Is that what something's going to build to? At any point? Don't tell me this. But we've established that traveling across time and worlds is possible. Yeah, all of the ones that were already lost, even. I mean, heck, if you went back far enough, I guess you could stop the Sundering if you wanted. Be like, hey, don't dropkick Zodiark, please. Please don't do that. It seems bad, actually. This is also just a problem with putting time travel into your story, is it leads to all of this. All of these questions. Unless we establish that time travel is very limited, and we can't do those things. Yeah. Dangerous things to know in the story.
Scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity.
And also, like, it's dangerous to put time travel into a story because of what it does to the story, but I think this does it well, as far as I'm aware, which we're actually reaching the edge of what I'm aware of, like, in clear detail. Well, I say clear detail, but I've forgotten a lot of things. We're reaching the edge of what I've experienced personally, firsthand. We're not there yet, but we're getting there.
This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
So basically what I'm saying is that we've reached a point where I can start speculating about what is going to happen, and everyone who knows can be like, or whatever you do when you know something. Yeah, you make that face, pretty much.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
That seems to be what happens when you speculate. Sometimes you're correct and sometimes you're not. That's just how it works, I guess. I don't really know why I'm saying that. But yeah, if we can travel to ages before stars joined the source, that opens up a lot of possibilities about what we can do. Also, it's a good thing Emet-Selch doesn't know about this, probably. If Emet-Selch did know about this, he could just try to go all the way back in time and stop the Sundering. Which, like, it could be a good thing, or it could be a bad thing to do that. I mean, I said a second ago that we could probably stop that if we wanted to, but that would doom the future that we know. Time travel is confusing, is the thing about time travel. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to go back in time to before the Sundering and, like, save everyone there, but let the Sundering still happen. We just have to, like, put them on a cool spaceship or something that we also make. Except spaceships going outside of the shards is probably not a thing if spaceships existed. I don't know where I'm going with this. Well, I mean, yeah, time hasn't changed everything yet. I'm not saying Emet-Selch is going to do that. I'm saying that if he knew about the Crystal Tower's ability to travel through worlds and time, that could be a conclusion he jumped to and tried to execute. He would not care about the consequences of that.
Some while before, as it turned out, 'tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century.
That just gives you time, I guess. But yeah, I guess I didn't consider the consequences of theoretically preventing the Sundering until like 5 minutes later, so whoops.
But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light. and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous.
That could also be possible. Maybe you can't go all the way back. Maybe like the time stream was also sundered. You know, that's a good point, I guess.
Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity.
Urianger just being the guy who has to have all the secrets.
Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
Urianger is also bringing up the troubles with time travel, I guess.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward, 'tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread.
Gasp, says Urianger.
Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The Warrior of Light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow.
I am tearing up again already.
In the fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally.
This is also fun because we're basically the same thing on the first, except with light and shadow reversed. And hey, that's exactly what we did with the elemental chart on the sources. We reversed those two things. We got it backwards. And now the tail is also backwards, but still the same at its core. Does that mean anything? I don't know, I'm just making observations.
In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold.
Count Edmund secretly MVP. It definitely means everything. I don't know what you mean by that. Count Edmund secret MVP. It's 100% correct. What the... I don't even know what's correct about what I said. I felt like I just made a bunch of statements that didn't really conclude anything. Oh, okay, that, yeah. Yeah, okay, got it. Sometimes I don't really process the words that I say.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights.
I think the girl holding the memoir there was the one that was saved by Vidofnir as well, actually. Here we have the Doman and authored crew. Some of them. Well, people from that area is what is all I mean. People from everywhere.
And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again, and live.
Jeez. Hey, the writing of Shadowbringers is really good. If you didn't
am merely
know
the
that.
bearer of that wish. Come to ensure it is safely
It's real
delivered.
good. Same, Urianger.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
Urianger also saying, why do I have to be the secret guy again?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First.
Oh, it really is because you're good at it. Yeah, that's funny.
Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
That's a good question.
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must.
Okay, so you wanted to conceal the identity, like, specifically so that we didn't try to save him, I guess? Even though, like, we probably would have anyway if we didn't know who he was.
To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Okay, so this was Graha's idea. Forgot about that detail. You seem like the
Is
kind of
this
guy who would
truly
have a
thy
vision, Urianger. Tell everybody you had a scary portent. Yeah.
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course.
The problem with Graha's plan is that he's really bad at not being a likable guy, and really bad at being a villain. Like, even without the part where his identity is revealed, he like sits and talks to you about his hopes and aspirations and all that, in a way that clearly alludes to you being the inspiration for him. And then you're still expected to, and he's like, it was all a prank, I totally pranked you. Yeah. He tried. He did his
I will
best.
see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Oh, hey, Arbert.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good.
That's a good point.
Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Save the world, obviously. I mean to hunt down Emmett Selk. I mean to rescue the Exarch. I mean to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch. Well, gotta rescue that guy. Of
We
course.
should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not?
I will save the Exarch, and in so doing, him itself will probably fall
That's
over.
the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Triumph has returned to the music. Alright. I can breathe underwater, so this is no problem. Time to just go. Surely that will be that easy. It won't be. Key word in that sense was probably stormy seas. So. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... Determined. Do you mean to leave right this moment, alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. A word to the Tamers at the Amaro launch, and they will lend you a beast to carry you over the Tempest. I only hope that will be close enough to where you need to be. I do like the music returning. Like, alright, we are determined now. We know what's up, we know what must be done. We don't know exactly what must be done, but like Feoul said, we shouldn't be thinking too far ahead. Think about what we can do in the present, not about what will happen in the future. You will require an Amaro? Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... It's time for me to live up to my family name and face full life consequences, exactly. I guess, actually, with the Sucro lore I have in mind, living up to her family name would be a poor idea. Given how the naming conventions work and what I've established probably happened to her father. So let's not do that part. What? Look, I really need to go to the ocean right now. There's no light down there, it's fine, so it's good.
Ah, we have found thee.
Yeah, of course this would happen. Hello, everybody at the same time.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Maybe? Nod?
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
Okay, good, we're all on the same page now.
I offer no excuses.
I don't think you need to. I think what you did... I think the plan was reasonable. Like, for what you knew and what you knew would happen and what you thought you could do about it, I think the plan was good, actually. And I think it's understandable that secrets need to be kept, knowing the plan.
When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare.
Urianger, we know that you've done that. You did this before and we forgave you then. And you're doing it now for a cause that's just as important. And I'll forgive you again. Also, I think it's very funny thinking about it now that Urianger is the secrets guy and he changed class to Astrologian. So, like, the entire time he wasn't allowed to show his hand, if you will, of the cards that he has. Also, Astrologian being the class probably most appropriate for, like, having a prophecy or portent be your cover story. Still, though.
Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Yeah, I feel like... I don't know if he took it up specifically to have a cover story. I think he probably was interested in that sort of thing before. I think he told us why he did that, but I forget the specifics. I forgive you, let's go. I am a danger to those around me, or no more lies. I forgive you, Urianger. Of course I forgive you.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
You don't see Urianger smile super often either. Despite the nightless sky, yeah, that seems correct. I don't think you did anything wrong, Urianger.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea.
What part about it?
Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
I think we're more likely to find a way to cure this where we're going
How
than
can
here.
you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
We do,
Alice,
though.
Please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well!
The voice acting here is
But
very
making
good.
promises you have no way of keeping
Again.
is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
Alice? Jeez.
We will go with you as well.
We have to try. We have to see if there's anything here that will give us an answer.
There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Exactly.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Also, like, if everything does go wrong and, like, super bad and everyone is doomed, it doesn't really matter where we start the doom. So, like, trying to do something is better than not trying to do anything. Like, even if our mission fails, it might be better for us to start further away from the center of civilization. But also, like, there's no reason for us not to try that I can think of.
Are we all in agreement then?
Nod. Nod.
Is there aught we can do to help?
Hey, everyone overheard everything. Everyone knows everything now. Probably not, but still.
Though we may not know the whole story,
Okay, fine.
we do know you're in for a fight.
You did immediately say, we don't know everything, but we're helping.
And
I
while
guess
the
that's
Exarch's
fair.
away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
Okay, you know that part, then.
You told them!
Who told them?
No.
Who?
Well, not in so many words.
Okay. Lena did know about that.
Ah,
That's true.
We didn't need it spelled out for us.
When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
You know, that's fair.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared a homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
The Exarch was actually not that great at hiding all of his secrets either, it turns out. Not good at acting. Part 2. Here, here.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
Well, we need to go underwater. So, knowledge, I guess.
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Smile? Defend the Crystarium until we return. Leave it to us, we'll see the Exarch home safe and sounder. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. No, I'm gonna go with this one. Defend the Crystarium until we return. We will return. I mean, yeah, I feel like you could explain that real quick, too. Be like, okay, basically, if this world ends, that's bad for the world that I'm from. And also, it's just important to help people. There's nothing I can do to cleanse you of the light's corruption, but I'll do everything in my power to keep it in check. If the Warden's ether overwhelms you again, you will become a Sin Eater, so please save your strength for when it really matters. The volunteers who journeyed to Calusia have all been safely returned to their homes. They've also assured us that they will do their best to hold the Eaters at bay in our absence. Gods know you've spent enough time charging into danger on our behalf. It's only fair that we return the favor. I once said that I wanted to fight for Ustinian, that I wanted to save him, not let him be sacrificed for a cause. And now I say the same to you. Just so you know, I will not look kindly on any further attempts to leave us behind. We do this together. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down into Emetselk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth over our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. You say that like I won't be able to teleport away, and I don't remember that being a problem. But maybe it is, I don't know. Also, we get some oysters. Thine affairs are in order? Then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus I would petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me into the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Hey, you want to know something funny? About Sullen, or rather the nearby territory? It's that there's a place called Weed. Weed, Brick, Knot, and Lap. I don't know why, but there's a place called Weed. That's a thing. Oh, can you gather a lot of plants there? That's fun. That makes sense. That's probably... That makes sense. That's a lot of weed. Yeah. I think about that Animal Crossing screenshot often, actually. I go to weed all the time to gather plants is also a good sentence, yeah. I think about this Animal Crossing screenshot I took once. Often. This is when I made Sucro in Animal Crossing, by the way. I did that for a while. Hold on, now I have to see if I have a specific... I have to search my image folder for Sucro and sort through the 5 million results because I have a lot of pictures of Sucro. This might surprise you. With all the posting about Sucro that I do. I mean, you saying that's a lot of weed reminded me of this picture that I posted again recently, so... where is it? I have to scroll through a lot of Sucro pictures to find a specific one that I'm looking for. And I'll probably miss it because there are a lot. Oh no, there it is. This is Animal Crossing Sucro doing a funny dance. She's so excited. I never transferred my Animal Crossing save data over when I bought a new Nintendo Switch because my old one stopped working. So Animal Crossing Sucro currently does not exist, or exists ephemerally in a system that barely runs, but, you know. She exists in image form. Also, I burnt out on Animal Crossing real quickly when I decided to level the entire island and try to build the entire terrain of the island on my own because I had a really grand scheme that never paid off. That was like the second island I had too, because I deleted the first one at some point. Oh, actually, with the timing of the screenshot, what I did is I saw the text box, "That's a lot of weeds," and I immediately thought, I know what I must do, and I used the Nintendo Switch like record a video feature and then saved that frame as a screenshot. So I did in fact cheat a little bit. It was not perfect timing. It was recording a video and then looking through the video frame by frame. It's not really cheating, I suppose. It's just like less perfect timing and more like quick thinking and resourcefulness or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hey, what's that over there? What's this? This looks like a feature that stands out. I'll be right back. I suppose that's true. Good timing to record before the interval passed. It's just I immediately knew what must be done. But yeah. By the way, before I actually leave, I think I made a cool, different today's game image over here. It turns out that you can make a cool GIF if you take 4 screenshots of a skybox and then have them fade into each other a lot. I just think that's neat. Also, it works really badly if you just load it as an image in OBS. I had to load it as a media source. If I just use a regular GIF image. It does this. Which is... Oh, now it's tall. There we go. It does this, which is a lot less cool looking. But anyway, I'll be right back, actually. I'll have to remember the GIF fading tech for if I ever need, like, a really cool looking skybox or something for any reason. Maybe it could work somewhere else, but be right back, yeah. Hello. Now that you've mentioned Caramel Dansen, I can only imagine Sucro doing that dance. I'm going to be thinking about this. I never realized how conspicuous this island over here was before. Like, it's clearly very different from everything else. It's got the energy of like an old animation where you can tell when something is going to animate. There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? I can very discern it, yes. That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. I wonder if I should, like, whenever I go away for a minute, if I should give it a bit more time for other people to also be back. Can you land here? You can. The Isle of Ken. Ah, there you are. Once you've completed your underwater investigations, the path here leads to the top of the island. How did Alphino get over there? I guess he did say he'd been practicing swimming or something. Suspect rock formation. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone eyelids. True, they do give this impression. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? That would be kind of funny, but I don't think he would need to do that. Urianger does not need to make amends. I understand what he was up to. What's up, Y'shtola? If you've solved Urianger's little mystery, then you can find him further up the slope. It was all rather obvious to my eyes, though I concede I have an unfair advantage. So Y'shtola sees a lot of ether stuff happening around here. Even seeing it up close, I'm still not sure what's so special about this island. Well, it's green and not purple. That's a bit weird, isn't it? The locals call this the Isle of Ken, which I presume must refer to knowledge. Either that or someone was being awfully zealous about marking his territory. This lake is enormous. Assuming my geography is correct, this would be the Mirror of Silver tier back in the source, although the size hardly compares. Oh, the game directly compares the geography of the first to the geography of the source at least once. In terms of, like, this is a reflection or a mirror of. I did not remember that the game did that. The Isle of Ryu. Well, what hast thou discerned? I've discerned that it's an ordinary island. It reminds me of a certain primal, or it's just like the big one. Yes, yes. Why am I able to say that? It reminds me of a certain primal, though. I think Sucro would figure this out. Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the Ruby Sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. Hey, background music, he said silence. Come on. You gotta cooperate here.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
Should I be reading this? I guess I did with the dragon text. Oh, great and serene Bismarck. Long has it been since my name was called. Why do you wake me, little neighbor?
Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alinal.
To the bottom of the western sea we go. Pray lend us your back and your breath. Bismarck thinking noises. This world is in twilight. I wait for the sun to set. I wish only to sleep.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fae to know that didn't go well.
Well, I know what to do. We need Feoul. Hey, we actually remembered this time. We need Feoul. Hey, boss of the Fae. The triumphant music. That's very silly.
Nay, Yak! You've learned to call me at last!
We sure have. Hello.
And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight.
We need this big whale to cooperate.
Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
Feoul is so excited that they've brought the Final Fantasy main theme with them.
Gears Bismael win picked. Van dromi drom yakum.
Sleepy Bismarck, you old pixie. These are my precious, precious saplings. Yeah, exactly. Pull rank for us.
Van Read Rithye.
Let their wish be the king's command. Bismarck sigh. What a rare thing to awaken to. My beautiful king, if it be thy wish, then so shall it be done.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. He's only got manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Shining Soul? I played that game on the Game Boy Advance. The sequel, at least. It was pretty good. To the western sea we go. Wrapped in my breath, I will see you to your destination, little neighbors. Hey, no, the sea's the other way. It's down. Oh, okay. I think we're working towards that. Maybe? Oh wait, it's a different sea. That's fair, actually. Sea's over here.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
Maybe. I feel like that could take an entire patch cycle. But I've only played 5.1.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
What the? Do you see that?
You have to be careful when you say lines like that. Sometimes something wacky is just around the corner, or something amazing, I guess.
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Everybody is so excited about this. Oh. You might want to be excited at, like, quickly in a different direction.
It's not stopping.
I forgot about that part.
Run! Run!
It'll probably be fine, I guess. It's fine. I have fulfilled my duty. I return now to the lake. I have not flown in an age. It was pleasant. May your journey be a safe one, little neighbors. Whale. Seems like our landing wasn't exactly, like, the safest one. Understandable, though, given the circumstances. And welcome to the ocean.
Wow.
Favorite map in Shadowbringers? Completely understandable. And honestly, I think I agree.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
The Tempest. Here we are. I've discovered a new location. Somehow there's still, like, aetheryte and stuff down here. Maps, or not maps, fates. Hydrozoan of the Enders, jeez. Fate names are where a lot of puns are concentrated. I dare say Urianger endured much playful attention from the pixies to learn the lore of Bismarck. He's nothing if not a dedicated scholar. You know, you're right, this is kind of a new adventure compared to all of that. With all that water out of the way, we'll be able to venture quite some distance. Emmett Selk must be hiding around here somewhere. This is amazing! I can't even see the surface! If you look, the weather is still everlasting light. But you certainly can't see the light anywhere. Also, the music here is really nice. Bismarck must be powerful indeed to create a dome of this size. I can only pray to whichever gods are listening that it continues to hold. I remember being impressed by the domes of the Ruby Sea, but this makes them look like bubbles in a stream. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emmett Selk, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee into the rift. Yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower, and its powers of temporal transportation. Oh, do you suspect that... Well, that was a creature in the background. Do you suspect that Emmett knows about that part of the Crystal Tower? Thus I am all but certain that this underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Here's some oysters I found. Thank you. In the event that you have to leave the area, speak with Inuel at Venmont Yards in Calusia to return to the Tempest. Come, let us begin our search. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selk will be sitting around in the open. You know, it would be very Emmett Selk of him to do that, though, to be honest. Like, we could just turn the corner and see him, like, standing there. I wouldn't be that surprised. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Nod. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. I don't need footing when I've got a motorcycle. Maybe I'll walk slowly though. Here's a creature, the Cleonid. They look very sad. And leeches. Oh yeah, sea angels. I forgot about sea angels, I think. Now, there's probably not many ether currents here. I guess we can't see them yet. Or maybe there's the same number as usual, I'm not sure. I see a whelk over there. Okay, there's the same number as usual here as well. Fair enough. I think Thancred has the right idea, but I can't help wondering what Emmett Selk would be doing down here without the aid of gills and fins. I don't think he needs those. I think he just magics air into his lungs or whatever. This outcrop seemeth natural enough. The ocean floor is a strange place to be, of course, but this ether is like naught I've ever seen. I want to see Emmett Selk driving a tiny submarine. Sea gelatin. Well, if you say so. You know, the whelk is kind of cute up close with the big funny eyes. Hello, friend. Okay, goodbye, friend. Minyeri. It's like Gobel from Monster Hunter, but very small. And no eyes. A funny anglerfish. Yeah, the music is amazing. Hey, that sure looks like a not artificial, or, well, a not natural and yes artificial kind of structure. I'm sure that's probably something. Funny evil seahorse or something. I like just being able to observe the enemies up close because nothing will attack me. That's funny. Ah, the pile of rocks. Probably will do something if provoked. Tempest Swallow. How are there bounties for these? Hey there! It's me, the Tempest Swallow. Hey everyone. That's the kind of face that guy has. That creature. Search for anything unusual. Oh hey! It's Sahagin. You're probably not having a great time with the sudden air down here, huh? Gasp! I don't know what a blue glaucus is, but I'll keep that in mind, I guess. Actually, are you all doing okay with the sudden air? Feeding our people is more of a challenge these days. With every catch, there are fewer fish, and so we must consider alternatives. But one thing we will never consider is leaving this place. It is our sole refuge from the killing light in the depths. I think it's kind of funny how Pulse On here is just so willing to talk to someone who is probably very surprising that she's here. Like, it's gotta be pretty surprising that Sucro is here, right? And also there's, like, air everywhere. Okay, that's a fair point, though. Like, generally animals and dangerous if you don't know, or animals in general, if you don't know much about them, could be dangerous, advisable to not provoke them. Or, like, approach them. Probably. Greetings, honored guest. How may I be of service? Why am I an honored guest, though? What do you do here? I am a keeper of tales. Much was lost in the flood, and so this duty is more important than ever. How else are the younglings to learn from our mistakes and build a better world? Oth must educate the Cole, as well as others who have forgotten our history and the wisdom of our forebears. What kind of place is this? Long ago we had another home in the south, until it vanished with the flood. Those who escaped wandered in search of a new home until they came to these ruins and claimed them for the Ondo. The cups, we call them, for the many alcoves into which the wanderers huddled to weather the killing light. Thus did they survive. We honor them to this day by preserving the name and protecting this place, now and ever after. Many here may treat you oddly, but it is not out of disrespect but unfamiliarity. I pray you do not take offense. I wonder if some of this dialogue is meant to, like, be happening after some events where people would be less surprised by me existing here. Why have you come, Land Dweller? No questions about, like, how? Just why? Such a rare and wonderful pleasure it is to receive a finless one. I do hope you enjoy your time in the cups. Oh, this is a really cool aetheryte. Like this one, I don't know. They've been like generally different in the first from like what they were in the source, but this one is notably different again. That's a cool design. Art Deco. Maybe. I should be paying more attention to aetherytes to see if there's more notable differences, like between areas. I didn't even look up at the rest of it. This is a lot of aetheryte. Like, this is larger than usual. Go right up next to it and look down? I will. After this. The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Well, yes, but sorry. We didn't know there was anyone down here, I guess. So, so this is where the Ondo make their home. Oh yeah, we have encountered the Ondo before. I forgot for some reason. It was like a brief mention, actually. I don't think we really interacted with them at all, so maybe that's fair. Discussing trading pearls with them and whatnot. I'd wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware of your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Hello. Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? Questioning head tilt? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? Dot, dot, dot. It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. Nod. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? Nod. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Sucro, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo? The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. His plain or all too dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We will make allies of the Ondo, or let's do what we do best, or I'll do what I can, I suppose. Let's do what we do best. Friendship, I guess. Then it is settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Group nod. One last round of earning the trust of the locals for now, until we have to earn the trust of the moon or whatever. And all the other places in Endwalker. So, stand next to the Aetheryte and look down, you say? Huh. It goes even further. There's like a pool of water here. It appears to be buried in the sand. Sand is being stirred by its rotation. I know nothing about Endwalker, so I guess I now know that that's going to happen in Endwalker, and it might be frustrating at times. You are Alphino's friend. Sucro, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Pasoan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistel came, but his visits did not continue. I'm truly sorry, Pasoan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Sucro? If you've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company. Where the Dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. The tables have turned for Crab. Another thing about this particular overworld music, I think it's like, I think the way that it starts is really what solidifies this for me, but it has a very Chrono Cross style of mood, I think. You do also go to the ocean floor at some point in Chrono Cross, but coral. There's a lot of coral. There's something a little funny about it being this particular sort of crab, too. Like, the least threatening-looking crab in the game. Oh, there's no battle music here. Like, I think there's an option to disable the battle music in the menus, but I never have done that. It just continues the music. Like, see, enable normal battle music. But there is no battle music here. I always love it when games do that, honestly. It is one of my favorite, like, video game music tropes, I guess. Oh, right. I have many swords now. I forgot. The fact that they're doing the there is no battle music thing with such a like I guess relaxing is the best word I can think of, song really sort of makes it stand out even more. The sightseeing log is kind of funny. When the Ondo beheld the coral within this cavern, its crimson branches put them in mind of a land dweller's veins. Thus began the legend that it was a resting place for finless ones who had perished at sea. It was not until recently, however, that folk from the surface learned the reason behind the rather ominous-sounding name. That is kind of funny. I only needed to defeat 2 crabs. Fatalistic calm? I suppose so. Calm is a better word than relaxing for the song. And yeah, you've certainly made it sound a lot more poetic than I did. But hey, look at this cool underwater stuff. Plant? Creature? Both? Hey, a trilobite. Okay, this is also an unthreatening crab, because look at that funny face. Look at this funny crab. I mean trilobite. Chungus. Not exactly a crab. Closer to a trilobite, I suppose. Chungus is apt as a descriptor. Oh, there's a sightseeing thing here too. I think that kind of crab is also a mount, but I don't have that one. The only crab that I have is this one, which is very funny. The sort that we were just destroying. Probably not the best to bring here. Well, time for fall damage. It's fine. Ah, as I suspected. Well, what did you suspect? Yeah, I think a lot of the mounts do that, but with the crab, it's very funny. I guess I didn't really see it. So let's see it again. Vroom. The motorcycle probably does not do that. Yeah, okay. You could crack their shells? You must be stronger than you look. I'm very cool and powerful. And it's actually kind of a problem right now. I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we've reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. That's a good text box. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Passalon, this was to be part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Nod. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water. Yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. Gasp? That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance or otherwise of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. Nod. We thank you for the lesson, Pas Oan, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. Nod. We should return to the task at hand, only do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. And now we have a side quest. The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. You're saying the line that you just said. Y'shtola has something that she wants to say. But first, Naros Cole. Ah, another quest line. Hail, Finless One, and welcome to the Cups. Long have I waited to converse with one of your kind. I am called Naros Cole. How may I address you? I'm Sucro, I'm a cat. Sucro Funk. Curious. Before we speak at length, there is something I would show to you. Let us leave behind the cups and head due west. Come. I will probably not do this full quest line. I think once I hit Endwalker, and like I have not seen anything, I might be more interested in doing like the side quest chains, because I've never seen any of them. I don't remember if I've seen these, but I feel like I did this one at some point, probably. I probably did not meet the level requirements at this point, and chose to continue this quest line in order to gain experience. These are relics of your kind, yes? The leavings of a ship that sailed the seas above long, long ago. They lie as they fell, untouched by any Ondo, for most had little interest in the affairs of the Finless. I, however, do. Ever since I was saved by one of yours after being washed ashore, weary and near death. Such kindness is a rare and wonderful thing, and I would know more of the people who showed it to me. And so I ask you, Sucrofunk, to teach me of your ways. These objects, for example, what purpose do they serve? How are they to be used? Naros Cole gestures to the nearby debris, entreating you to inspect them closely and offer up a detailed explanation. Looks like containers and wheels to steer a ship, mostly. You spy what appears to be a rotting ship's wheel. That was carved from the wood from one of your many trees, yes? What purpose does this peculiar contraption serve? It's used to steer a ship at sea, or at fashion, you wear it on your head. Sucro would not lie as a joke. It's used to steer a ship. Ah, the vessels your kind uses to traverse our waters. Then without a wheel, it is at the mercy of the wind and currents? I see. Imagine if kelp had bones. That's a scary sentence. Among the debris, you spy what appeared to be the remnants of several shattered bottles of wine. Such fragile containers they were. I suspect they once contained something of great value. What can you tell me of their purpose? They were used to store intoxicating spirits or as makeshift weapons. Both are true, technically. First to bludgeon, then to stab. I mean, that's technically not wrong. But they were used to store intoxicating spirits is more accurate. Fragrant liquids which cloud the mind. I have heard of these before. Do finless ones so delight in dulling their wits? Some of them do, but not me. Thank you, Sucrofunk. In our short time together, you have already taught me so much. Glass tulip? I don't know what that means. A pity that none of these pearls of wisdom will serve my needs. Is that like a term for a broken bottle or something, actually? Just thinking about it? Thinking about the shape of such an object? What sort of needs do you have? Naros, what are you thinking wandering off on your own with this finless one? This is no time for you to fiddle with their leavings. The Clutch Mother is in terrible distress. No, you do not understand. I brought her here to... Pray forgive this child his impudence. I am Zaro Soan, and on behalf of the Clutch Mother, I come to entreat your assistance. Ah, World of Horror. World of Horror. That's a game where if you say the name once, you have to say it again. This is what I've learned from the Twitter account for it. Having seen that in passing. Questioning head tilt? It seems you do not realize that in driving back the waters of the Tempest, you have placed our beloved Clutch Mother, the leader of the Ondo, in mortal peril. She's pregnant. Here in the depths, she will give birth to many, many eggs. We male Ondo will then take them into our care and raise them as our own. But absent the flowing waters, we know not if she will be able to deliver them safely. If not, the future of our people will be in jeopardy. That's a major concern. The flood of light claimed many Ondo lives. Though we have rebuilt our numbers somewhat in the decades since, it would be devastating to lose an entire generation, or worse, the Clutch Mother herself. She wishes to speak with you directly, that we might together find a solution to this dilemma. Will you return with me to the cups? Oh no. You know, with what we're doing in the main story right now being to help these people, it seems kind of strange that such a dire scenario is just a side quest. Not. But I guess it would only draw out the main quest, like, more than it needed to. Naros, come. I will not let you trouble our guest or the Clutch Mother further. Everything I have done for her. You were hoping some of these human objects would somehow help, I assume. Like, this feels like it could have been the main quest like, of this area. But maybe it was, like, edited or changed into a side quest because it would derail the main quest too much or something like that. I'm not sure if they did anything like that in the process of writing this game, but that is the sort of thing that editing would be for, so it wouldn't surprise me too much. Gemstone Trader. Oh, I have enough for the riding map. Why not? Even though I use the motorcycle, so I don't really need this, I'll collect it regardless. I think these are yeah, these are marketable. You can buy these with Gil from the player market if you want to. Crab, accelerated. That's true. If only you would listen. Beyond this gate resides the Clutch Mother. Approach and hearken to her words. Questioning head tilt? Honored guest, I, Clutch Mother of the Ondo, do bid you welcome to our realm. You will forgive me for receiving you in this fashion. For the safety and well-being of my children unborn, I must remain within, away from the dangers without. As you know, under normal circumstances, the place would be filled with blessed water, from which I would draw strength and support to bring these eggs into this world. Alas, I am but half submerged now, and I fear for my ability to fulfill my sacred duty. Gasp. I am given to understand you and yours are the ones responsible for drawing back the waters of our realm. With good reason, I am sure. However, it is my sincere hope that you will agree to aid us, given that you are responsible for this state of affairs. Fear not, I desire no direct assistance. Rather, I would beg a boon of your people's knowledge, of childbirth and how the finless ones ease the burdens of their struggling mothers. Zeros Oan will be my agent in this manner. Heed his words and answer his questions. That is all I ask. Do you consent? I'll do my best. I don't know if I know that much about childbirth, though. I thank you, honored guest. Go well. Then it is agreed. However, I must consult with their attendants before we speak further. For now, I bid you and Noroshkol go about your business, but be ready if called upon. Nod. Wait, Sucrofunk. Questioning head tilt. Have you a moment to converse in private, outside the cups, please? Nod. I'd hazard a guess that I know even less. It's not a subject which I've had any reason to research. Nor one I particularly think about or want to think about too much. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to be granted an audience with the Clutch Mother. I hope this serves to help you understand how important these eggs are to us. Before you came to the cups, I had been searching for a means to assist her in giving birth. That is why I have been studying the relics of your people. Unfortunately, I found nothing that seemed suitable for this purpose. I cannot stress to you enough how important she is to us. She is mother to all Ondo, her every egg, brother and sister. We would do anything and everything to welcome them into this world and see them grow into healthy, happy Ondo. There must be some way in which you can help us to achieve this end. Maybe, but not right now. Let us resume the actual story. well, the main story. That's also an actual story. It exists. It's important. But it's not our main objective. City of the Ancients. Ah, Sucro, have you learned aught of note? Sorta, yeah. Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. We are going to drive back and forth across this very specific path many times, it would seem. By the way, it would seem that the controller is currently functioning as intended. I have not had a problem with it yet. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigation. Is it a good idea to, like, damage walls that are sacred to the Ondo in any way? Inspect the structures for distinctive features. You may move the camera and zoom in and out. Oh, it's time to shoot a building with a blow dart, except not. Hey, it's a Cleonid larva. A funny little creature. The Cleonid larva floats aimlessly, a forlorn look on its face. It seems harmless enough. This is a minion you can get. Okay, but where's the shoe bill? Is there a shoe bill in every one of these scenes or something? That'd be funny. Is there a shoe bill somewhere? Distinctive window. I'm not seeing anything that could resemble a shoe bill. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you've seen nowhere else. Invisible blow darts from the eyes. That's quite something to imagine. That's why they call it... That's why they say that your eyes dart back and forth when you look around quickly. Clearly. It's a remnant of previous explanations for vision. A short, sturdy blade made of hammered mithril. We are stabbing a building that's similar to shooting it with a blow dart. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Honestly, Y'shtola probably expected that, and that's why she thought it was fine to attempt it. At least that's my assumption. And what have you discovered? There's windows and I can't stab the rock. Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade? That's probably precisely the information you wanted, isn't it? Sucro, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you that it is nothing. I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrant, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkans, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emmett Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Selk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Ascians? Could this place provide power to Emmett Selk? Or I couldn't say either way. Could it have been built by ancient Ascians? Nod. That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. And you know, the way you described the stone sounds awfully like what the world was like before the Sundering. An amalgam of, like, minerals in such a way that makes it surpass anything that we have. As Emmett Selk might describe the world. So we at least know that they had really, really good stone, I guess? So at least that much about what he's saying is probably true. Emmett Selk just really misses the really good stone. What's this? A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fano after our victory in Colusia. They really liked concrete. Here in the first scene, by Emmett Selk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you've just inspected? Oh yeah. I was thinking that as soon as the picture showed up, but you're pointing it out. It's definitely a similar sort of pattern. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I've seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Nod. You may view the Katana Ravel mural at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. The quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for a structure which resembles the buildings in the mural, then inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full view of the structure. So we are to head northwest in search of a structure of some kind. Across this bridge of coral. These like coral roots or something. Yeah. I don't remember anything like this being a particular difficult sort of thing, or a particularly difficult sort of thing. And also I feel like when you have a clear view of an entire structure, it'll be clear that you have a view of an entire structure. It shouldn't be difficult to find a building, basically. I think I was also probably intimidated by the description, for sure, though. That's a lot of seaweed. I think if we had to make an impossible statue for Emmett, that would be a lot more difficult. This would also be more difficult if the enemies attacked me at all ever, but they are not going to do that. Okay, there are things marked on the map. The Swallowed Spire sounds pretty relevant, but that's also not really northwest. We were told northwest, right? Yeah. I don't know if statues are made out of that sort of thing. I probably could drive off of this cliff. No, I can't actually. It does. Am I being bamboozled? Is northwest something else, or am I missing something obvious? Walls of the Forgotten. Isn't that just like what we inspected already, though? Further northwest of the Ondo Cups. And I mean, it's where we are. Oh. Is it this? Ow. Ah, I see. Walls of the Forgotten. What's this? What is this little shrine, I wonder? Is it the structure that we're looking for? I suspect we'd need to be higher up to get a good view of it, though. That doesn't really resemble the picture to me. Not particularly, anyway. I feel like I'm misunderstanding a vital point. Oh wait, no, there's the survey point there. Oh, and an ether current. This doesn't resemble it that closely, but it is an structure worth noting. Maybe it does and I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. Okay, it does sort of resemble like some of the structures in that mural. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Sort of. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins. Countless layers of dust and settlement. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here in this city. Shake head. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? 'Tis almost certain he is there. It's our best lead. So, makes sense to me. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we've learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pos Oan again, and ask if there's aught else he is willing to divulge. Well, if we must move with all haste, I suppose I can simply teleport back. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the Walls of the Forgotten? I think I've just come from those. I've just been there. The remnants to the northwest, yes? You visited them unbidden? Shh. Could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grinault. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. Surprise! We were all wondering where Grinault went. It's under the ocean somehow. How did Grinault go here? That's a... Well, there is a connection to Calusia, implying that there is some way to get here from land. That seems fair. Oh. I didn't expect the door to open, to be honest. I forgot about this music that was here. I forgot about the details of this structure. And there's a tree. Various fabrics. Oh. It was a very brief bit of music. This facility was built by a Crystarium native. He built the entire structure. Hey there. Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grinault, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or it might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, Foulshade, feast yourself on me rotten soul. Can't help but having a bit of voice acting accent for dialogue like this. I've got no use for it. A craftsman what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a Doman hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Renault appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can psych him up. Time to be a hype ghost. Yeah! Eh? You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you, Spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the Netherworld. It's Geralt, but with hair. Effectively. And Sucro recognizes this. Has it really come to this? Have we met before? That's funny. Have we met before? We have. Sort of, but not really. Might be as we crossed paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. Name's Grenold, and this here's meant to be me underwater sanctuary. A place where I can give myself over to me work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse me, empty head. I've not so much as made a start. Oh no. I'm worth less than a sea slug, nay, the slime left by a sea slug. Me delivery date's long past, me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins be an act of deep religious and cultural significance? And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well... Ah, me mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I pissed away me last drop of inspiration. Certainly as dramatic as Geralt is sometimes. Tell me you've got someone to show me. Someone that'll give me muse a right good kick up the arse. Gasp? I have a cool sword that a reflection of you helped create, actually. The Ondo want to honor the coming of those ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's got to dance with the joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to Brandon and the crystal you discovered at the end of his journey. Maybe Grinold could find inspiration in that. Oh yeah, this is why you have to do the role quest. Right. This is the part where it says if you haven't completed a role quest, you have to. Because you get a crystal there. But I completed that as soon as I could. An extremely long detour while you are dying. Well, that's merely an extension of the extremely long side quest while a meteor is about to hit the world or whatever. They do tell you that you will need to complete a role quest before you can complete Shadowbringers once the role quests are introduced. They say you will need to do at least one of these. That's not even in our key items. I've let the Ondo down, aye, but more than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. You even crafted kettles too, huh? Show Grinold a crystal which once belonged to one of Ardbert's companions? Yes. What's that you've got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such a gleam not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, gods damn ye? I must set to work before the feeling fades. I can feel it, a vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lass, and let me itching hands get to work. Zuko is waiting patiently. And done! That was very quick. That was very fast. I've taken the wonders that Crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape what befits the Ondo's spiritual character. That is a very cool item that you've just created in 2 seconds. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think I was this close to hanging up my hammer after studying the craft of them ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrent and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom what I could find. You had all the pre-crafts ready? Yeah, probably. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. Couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages, that's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away, it's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Tos Ath for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Leave it to me. You now have access to Granolt's Fords. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quests you have completed. Journey's End Gear, Tank. Well... So this is the relic quest, or not the relic quest. This is the artifact armor. The circlet does work well with the hair. That's good. This is the artifact armor of Shadowbringers for Paladin. You can get dyeable versions of this, but you need to complete an extreme trial that is in the Point X of Shadowbringers. Which I'm not likely to be doing, but I will take all of these. For glamour reasons. I suppose. Yeah, good enough for the final boss gear. I definitely fought the final boss in this set of gear before, though it was not for Paladin. I was a dancer at this time. Why not? Wait, you can dye the sword immediately? That's cool. And the shield. I don't think you can dye the rest, right? Yeah. Obviously, this is worse than what we have at the moment. However, it looks cool. Mostly. Oh, the wings on the shield, like, flip outward. That's pretty cool. Zuko's still doing the psych animation. Zuko, no. There we go. The circlet is hidden as well. Pretty cool armor, though. And what does the sword look like when dyed? I see, it becomes a gradient from that to the steel. Interesting. And the hilt as well. The shield dies more normally, relatively. Thanks, Granolt. How are things? Ever since you showed me that crystal, me hunger for crafting has been damn near insatiable. In fact, I've been spending so much time in here, I think I might be breathing me own breath. Suppose that's the danger of living and working in a forge beneath the sea. Maybe I should think about building myself a little house someplace. All this constant hammering has brought in a fair share of coin after all. Wow, you sure did a lot in the 5 seconds I've been standing here. What is this equipment? That shell of a crystal you carry about. It tells a hero's tale, a tragic saga of hope and loss. In the attempt to capture that ache and majesty and armor, I poured me all into cloth and leather and metal, a journey's end for the memories what remain. And if I'm ever struck by that same lightning, I reckon I can do it all again. Is this equipment for me? These works were inspired by the tragic tale of a hero, and only a true champion can wield the legacy what's found at that journey's end. But if I reckon you've got the spirit and the stones for it, I'll be happy to craft them for you for free. I don't reckon I'll be able to stop myself. Yeah, the journey's not quite over yet. What? Hello, I have the coolest lamp ever created. What is it that you have there? I don't know how I fit this in my pocket, but I guess it's the same way that I put all of the furniture that I ever obtain and like roads and walls and corpses in my inventory when I need to. This profusion of brightly glowing coral-like branches is most definitely not a kettle. The sacred lamp! Then the finless one has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups, and now you come to me bearing the light we'd almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. Yeah, that is true. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered. Ah, that's what the shrine was for. That makes sense. That is a very cool lamp.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan.
Oh, you didn't see me do the roll quests?
Did it belong to one of my friends?
Were you not paying attention during that part, Ardbrute? I thought you were always watching or missed that. Even the game has that. I didn't expect the game's response to be this. That's pretty good. I thought you were always watching or missed that part, did you? I thought you were always watching. Did you have to take a nap? I understand.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
To the stars. Under the heavens. With cloning technology. Into an overhead throw.
Destroy!
I think all of those were original Guilty Gear lines for that, actually. Cloning technology and Under the Heavens are both relevant.
Across that crystal?
As for the last part, I don't think Emmett Sulk is going to, like, do an overhead throw attack when we find him, but maybe. Sucro explains the tank roll quest.
It was Brandon's then.
Okay, so this dialogue is different depending on which crystal you show. If you've done multiple role quests at this point, I'm guessing there would have been a choice, or it would have defaulted to the first one you did.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them.
Hell yeah.
I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Hell yeah. Smile.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
No, it was fine. It allowed the other conversation to happen.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Smile.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Not great, apparently.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
Nod.
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Nod. And now I will be right back once again. Hello. I have returned. Also, I just want to point out, I've seen like either 0 or 1 other players down here in the Tempest, and that really does drive home the feeling of like relative isolation and whatnot of being on the ocean floor, I suppose. It's interesting, though I think even when I got here in my original playthrough of Shadowbringers, there weren't that many people around. The chieftain has bidden me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock and join your comrades below. Whee! That was not the correct thing to stand upon, but it was fun. Sucro gets distracted standing on the, like, distracted by the geyser for the next 5 minutes, and everyone else is just like, hey, we're kind of in a hurry, like, for your sake, you know? I don't know if this would actually happen. Emmett Selk hath made himself difficult to reach, yet every step we take bringeth us nearer to his stronghold. Let us not linger, lest the Exarch suffer for our late arrival. And me, I guess, but like also the Exarch. Meeting the Ondo was fascinating. They live just like us in some ways, but act completely different in others. The way they think, the way they play. I'd love to come back here and learn more about their culture. Will the dome last that long, I wonder? Turns out it'll last indefinitely, because the game requires me to return here, or be able to return here. You have everything you need. If that artisan fellow is as skilled as they say, then you may wish to avail yourself of his services ere we press on. Ishtola says, equip good gear, please. If Emmett Selk is in that trench, then we'll have to assume he's not swimming in salt water, but I wouldn't want to suddenly find ourselves at the edge of Bismarck's bubble with no air to breathe. We're on our way at last. It seems far darker down here, but I'll not start at a few shadows. We are moving as a group, yes. During the time I've spent helping the Ondo, I've been introduced to quite a few of the local varieties of sea life. Although sea monsters is mayhap the more apt term, probably best to avoid them if we can. Yeah, it does seem like we may have permanently messed up the ecosystem in some way. Let me just grab this ether current without looking down to reveal anything. In case there is something down there. There we go. All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down and down and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west and west and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. The obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Nod. Right, deeper into the depths we go. That was just a recap of the directions, I think. Wait, where's the actual starting point for descending? I don't just jump down, surely. It looks like it should be over here, but it doesn't appear to be. Or, oh wait, no, it's here. It is here, okay. I was just confused for a moment, but yeah. This part is pretty cool. Got these ocean plants. And coral and such. I will respect the scenery by walking instead of driving a motorcycle. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again, not that I'm eager to try it. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. There's a lot of scenery to look at. We're seeing all that crisscrossing coral, but like up close instead. Or like from underneath it, I suppose. Y'shtola hath forged ahead. Shall we continue our own advance? Okay, down definitely also up close, because we're going to cross over it. The rock drops off sharply here, but I should think this coral thick enough to serve as a bridge. We have crossed over a coral bridge before, so... It's all sticky and slimy sounding. The Caliban Gorge. Sea anemone. If you say so. That's kind of like a morbol, but like underwater. Or a marlboro, or whatever you want to call them. They got like the eye stalks and like the general situation of such a creature, but like adapted to water. And then flying anyway when there is no water. We've got remnants of a boat of something, of some kind, rather. Evidently. And more remnants of a boat with barnacles and whatnot growing on it. So, boat's been here for a while, probably. One could assume. Ah, Sucro, you have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch as Alize has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. And then Alphino died. Unceremoniously. This is quite the coral branch. Hey, he made it. Not to it. Alize has already gone on ahead. We should catch up to her. There you are. Come on, I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Okay, they're not gonna be mean and put like a sneaky ether current somewhere off to the side down here, I guess. Through like this whole segment faster than you expected in general? Or like this particular section? Hey look, it's the enemy that can teach you Mighty Garden in Final Fantasy V. Yeah, it does. Oh, less questing than you expected? I kind of expected more too. I wonder if they cut some of it at any point. I don't think they've done a lot of like editing of quests outside of Realm Reborn though, right? Yeah, okay. That seems to be the barrier in question. Ether currents are not hiding anywhere sneaky around here, I think. Maybe there's some more questing soon. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. Nod. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs to but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Sucro, I elect you to do the honors. Nod. I'm going to attune to the door. I did it! Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Nod. Nod. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Group nod. Urchin fish. They wigglin'. More different ocean plants. Hello and welcome. We are traveling through a tunnel to reach an ancient city. That is a very long drop. Please no heroic jumps over the edge, Sucro. I don't think my heart could take it. I shouldn't just... I'm going to look down into the pit. That is, in fact, quite a long drop. I think we've seen... I think this particular enemy exists in the Realm Reborn areas. I don't think this is a new bomb for the expansion. I think I've seen this before. We have seen some ancient structures. We are walking towards what we have been told is an entire city. Oh, I forgot that I didn't check the name of the lake. Ah, yeah. Oh yeah, this is a Stormblood enemy, I think. That's correct. They weren't in Realm Reborn. I just remembered them as being in some previous part of the game and guessed because of like Costa del Sol or whatever. That seemed like a reasonable place for them to go. Where thy footfalls, my friend, our road taketh us ever onwards unto ever deeper darkness. Glowy barnacles, yep. And what looks like bones, yeah. Danbanya. That's Danban over there. Weird underseas fangly fish. I did not know barnacles were crustaceans. That's very interesting. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's just gonna be where we're going. That's not like a sneaky hidden one. Oh, we can get close to some of the glowy bones. Those are most assuredly bones. I think I ran past someone to talk to, and I'm not sure if they're at the exit I'm supposed to be approaching or if I'm missing them. And I forgot where they were already. All of the bones are swimming towards this entrance. Yeah, they were somewhere else in this room, because there's nobody over here. Wait, where was the person I was... Oh, there's your Stola. If we weren't so pressed for time, I should like to explore these side passages. Mayhap another day. We did see barnacles growing on the wreckage of a boat on the way here. I don't suppose there's any reason to remove those, though. Even the walls are really interesting here.
By the gods!
Here it is. I get emotional just seeing it, to be honest.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
I really like this area. As I said, I got emotional just from seeing it and hearing the music. It's pretty incredible. One cannot blame the Ondo for fleeing the spectacle of these brooding edifices. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. Notice in the music, if you can hear it, the ticking of a clock. Emet-Selch holds the Exarch captive somewhere within that vast city. Yet even if we must search every alleyway, we will find them. Yeah, the music theme was like in The Tempest as well. Like just outside of this part. When the chieftain spoke of lights shining from the abyss, this is not at all what I imagined. Why would Emet-Selch do this? You'd think all those tall, dark buildings would be frightening, but for some reason they just make me feel sad. It's big, I'll grant you, but cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. That's seems like a fair way of describing it, yeah. Sucro, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used for the remnants of the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Selk has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he's layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering, though it pains me to admit we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. Not only did they do everything you described with the design, but they also made sure that, like, what's effectively the skyline of the place lined up so well with, like, this cave exit, so that you're greeted with this specific, like, arrangement of structures from this angle. I feel like that's very impressive as well. Like the framing of it, yeah. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. I'm not sure if this is like a look, the Ancients' lives were more like modern people than the Eorzeans are. But I never lived in this city though. I could see that if you had lived in one. Why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Nod. And yeah, the fact that all of this is just concealed in the Tempest is a lot as well. God, I really like the music here, and the ticking clock sound that's part of it is really perfect for it. Though it stops it stops sometimes, the ticking, which honestly is even more correct. And if you look down, it just descends into fog, apparently. You can see a little bit foliage, trees. Both of trees are also foliage, but greenery, generally. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I'm going the wrong way. I will again say that we don't have to hand it to him. But it is interesting that he invited us to go here. That's also a way to put it, for sure. Yeah. That's fair. I didn't say that you were, but I feel like this might be a bit more of the look at what we've lost sort of thing. Look at what we hope to achieve again. Like, if you thought it looked like a really large city, now that we're actually walking around in it, look, just behold the scale of, like, this simple part of this structure. It's a lot. Imposing doors is accurate to describe these. Look how much I have to back up to even be able to get these in frame. And you can't see all of them at the same time without, like, really trying to angle the camera precisely or using G-pose and zooming out a bunch. Or like being able to fly, which we can't yet. Yeah. So hey, these doors are a lot. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Nod. Sucro Funk recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarat. Hey, we've heard that name. Emmett Selk mentioned Amarat. Also, I might just immediately have emotions upon hearing it due to having played Shadowbringers before. Will you be riding the lift? What, did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emmett Selk not invite Sucro to visit his abode? I mean, that's also true. The retainers have brought me all sorts of things. Just imagine these doors being like, a bleth was so recognized. Doors opening out of fear immediately. 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. Yeah, I've been brought Amaratine floor by a Blethwizza specifically, even, I think. With emphasis on the we. I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. We can be rude to the door. I don't know why. I don't think the Ondo are plundering Emmett Selk. I think that's just the actual remnants. We did just hear this. Those are like the actual remnants of some structures. Whereas this is not quite that. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. There is no reason to be rude to the elevator. Other than if you are role-playing as a character who would be rude to an elevator. But to Sucro, there is no reason to be rude to the elevator. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. And now, once again, the scale becomes even more apparent that we're in the city proper at the ground floor of the whole place. I just can't believe how tall everything is. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Even a Gigas would feel inadequate in such surroundings. Seems peaceful enough, he said, tempting fate. Just a moment, I thought I saw something. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarat? Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. That would be a funny t-shirt to have. Alpha, no, you can't just... Reckless diplomacy engaged. Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes! Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Nod. We heard this sound in Rome Reborn? I forgot about that. And which district is this exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Palertai district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Also, I don't think we've seen this text box in a really long time. Probably the same amount of time, probably when those Asians were discussing stuff like you mentioned. I think that might be the last time we've seen that sort of text box. Maybe? Can you tell us where to find Emmett Selk, or can you tell us who rules this city? Direct approach or no? Can you tell us where to find Emmett Selk? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? Oh, it does? I'll have to look. I had the event log open. Honestly, I could just have the chat set to event, except sometimes I think the chat changes itself. I'm not sure. So I don't think that's a safe option. I think the chat cover is necessary. Because, well, like, sometimes I'll have to actually chat as well. But I can check that in a moment. No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. And yeah, there is a resemblance to the Asians in the robes and masks. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selk wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Hydaelyn herself. But that all happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? The man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. Nod. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarat and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selk hath resurrected a memory, A moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. Nod and nod. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. The entire place is a ghost of the past that is haunting the place, I guess. They just sort of fade away. I guess that's how we use the elevator to return, if we wanted to. And yep, 14 is an important number, it turns out. Oh, right, where is it? Chat cover. You can see that the normal text is green. When we scroll up... Yep, they sure do have a different text color. I don't think I ever knew that. Robed Giant. That's really cool. I like that detail. Yeah, for sure. Anxious Samaritan. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon, FFXIV star. Confined to the lands across the sea. Interesting. I wonder what that's about. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amarot too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Fading away. The problems noise is a way to put it. If you could perhaps explain the finer points of the creation process. I forgot the details of the final days and how they happened. Hey look, Aetheryte. Aetheryte in the same style as the one at the Ondo Cups. So I guess we are to assume that Aetheryte existed in the Ascian world. Also, maybe that's why this Aetheryte's so dang tall, is just because it's Ascian. There's so much dang Aetheryte because there's so much dang everything. I would like to again point out how the fact that now that Shadowbringers is not the main sort of part of the game, or like the latest... I tried to look down a little bit, but there's not a lot you can see sort of what's down there. I wonder if I can like work my way into the ground more somehow using G-pose. Not really. But yeah, now that Shadowbringers isn't like... You can see a little bit of it down there, but the camera doesn't really want to go that way. Now that Shadowbringers is not the most recent part of the game, there's like nobody else around here. And I feel like that just really enhances the vibe, honestly. Just the fact that it's only us right now. We're not supposed to be in here yet, most likely, but it was over here. Look at the very tall countertops. You know, maybe they didn't allow other players to show up during this segment, actually. I'm just sort of assuming that nobody else is here. Or nobody else... I guess I'm sort of assuming that somebody else could be here is more accurate to what I mean. Is something wrong, little one? Are you perhaps lost and need me to help you locate your guardian? What do you do here? Why, the same things most other citizens do, I suppose. I debate various topics with my compeers. I dabble in the arts of creation. Every day I attempt to better myself in the world in which I live. For we citizens of Amarat are the caretakers of this world, stewards who have harnessed the power of creation itself. It is an honor and a duty that we do not consider lightly. Yeah, there's not really reasons to be here, but still. You are yet young, so very, very young. You needn't concern yourself with such lofty concepts just yet. Attend to your studies, and I am certain you will grow into a proud citizen and avid creator. What kind of place is this? Oh, do you hail from another city originally? Even so, surely you must know you stand in Amarat, the intellectual utopia that flourishes at the heart of our world. From the capital where our preeminent minds gather to carry out the duties of governance, to the Academia Anider, where the devotees of knowledge strive to solve the greatest unsolved mysteries of our era, to the smaller but no less valuable institutions, Amarat has all that you will ever need and so very much more. I feel like it makes sense to assume that, at least, like, what else would you assume? That's a funny way to put it. This is the Bureau of the Architect, little one. If you require assistance, I should be glad to assist you, but are you certain this is where you should be? This your first time here? Take a number if you haven't already, then settle in for a good long wait. Even here in some sort of intellectual utopia or whatever. Lines. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. I should be glad to assist you in locating the concept you seek after I've finished assisting those ahead of you in the queue. That's very silly. This idea of leaving them in the bathtub overnight and that being why the city is underwater. An audience with Emmett Selk? I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you've been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said that the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. The way they fade away, too, is a lot... It's very powerful in a weird way. So, yeah. That's quite a plan. I wonder if any of them had the idea of leave, like find a way to leave the star and search for another, rather than what they went with. I suppose it was too precious to them. But when you consider the implications of this latest calamity, you must admit, trust in the scholars, they will find a solution. I don't know where they would go, but I know that there have been other stories where people left a planet without knowing where they would go exactly. One can never be too young to take an interest in the rhetorical arts. Welcome, little one, welcome. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that part. The idea of noting down my thoughts would be difficult, because I'd have to, like, go do that right now. Trust me when I say that I will forget basically everything all the time. That's technically true as well. How may I help you, little one? Do you wish to peruse the transcripts of the great debates? Or would you like to reserve a room for a discussion? We are here to serve your needs. I'm definitely not going to be going back and rewatching my hour-long streams, though, is the thing. It would seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. I think that's how you say that word? They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star from turning season after season. puissant. Yeah, okay. The way I said it is worse, sorry. Be it the speaker La Brea or the emissary Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. So we know what the titles of La Brea and Elidibus mean. The speaker and the emissary. It means something. Logriff, Mitron, Emmet Selk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Yeah, Emmett mentioned that he entrusted the task with flooding the First with light to Logriff, and then that failed due to the previous Warriors of Light who became the Warriors of Darkness and stuff. We heard of the Ascian names being titles earlier, speaking to Emmet Selk in the Ocular once. I suppose if you hadn't checked that side conversation, this would be the first you learned it. The first you learned that information. First time, I mean, that you learned it. It's a very interesting piece of information, to be sure. Seeing them apply it to the other Ascians and not just Emmet Selk does really make it clear that it is all of them, or at least a number of them. At least the 14, who we hadn't heard about until this part of the game. We didn't know there was a convocation of 14. Not really, anyway. Well, that was an experience. I was never very fond of being treated like a child, but it did make asking questions less suspicious. Sucro, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emmet Selk to recreate this ancient Amarat. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. Have we seen 13 main Ascians? And they did just say that one of the seats would be vacant soon. So we are led to assume that one Ascian is not in the convocation for whatever reason. I forgot that we'd seen evidence of 13 of them already. See, there's like Emmet Selk, La Brea, Mitron, I'm bad at remembering lists. Logriff, Igayorm. I don't think we've personally, like, seen 13 of them. I've counted 6 so far. Others have been mentioned or seen, I'm sure, but I can't remember all of them. The guy who kidnapped Minfilia. I forget which one that is somehow. Hey, you know it resembles what robes these Ascian or these Amaratines are wearing even more than the robes the Ascians wear? The outfit that Onukulhai has is even closer to these. Like, that is a robe that you too, as a player, can wear, I think, but still. Nabrialis, that's it. So that's like... Yeah. Things we haven't done? What do you mean by that? Patronizing. Well, we have 3 side quests here now. To learn more about this world. One of the 13 shows up in your... Hey, I've just confirmed that other players can exist in this area. Well, that answers that question. So there's one of them in Eureka, interesting. I'm going to be right back, once again. Hello, I have returned. The other Ascians, La Habrea, or all the Ascians we've seen, La Habrea, Elidibus, Emmett Selk, Hashtaroth, who's shown up on screen and that's it. Don't remember that at all. Ultima, who showed up also. Gaius killed Ultima, presumably. I see. Interesting. Emeraloth? Nabrialis. I suppose there's that one person running by again. I suppose it's fair for me to have forgotten most of these if they've only showed up briefly. And it's also been a while since, like, the important ones. The ones that are important to the story, I should say. Or have been so far. Igayorm, yeah. The patronizing Amaratine is struggling to conceal their disapproval of your attire. I must say, little one, those garments you're wearing, they are your own original concepts, I take it. Clearly they must be, given their rather singular flamboyance. I would never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but to parade about in your cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. An Amaratine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them for their use alone. To delight in disparity is a mark of the morally deficient. Logriff and Metron have been mentioned a fair number of times in Shadowbringers, including recently. I will forget them again by the next stream. Disparity engenders feelings of want and resentment, which degrade the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike, else we risk kindling the embers of covetousness and violence that ever smolder in the hearts of all. Therefore I must employ you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you might acquit yourself as an equal among many. In so doing, you will be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this will be a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the Hall of Rhetoric, carrying robes perfectly suited for one of your diminutive stature. I'm sure they will be glad to share their wealth with you. Have we heard of Fandaniel? Fandaniel? Halmarut? Duodalathon? I seriously have never seen some of these names before, I feel like. But do hurry, little one. I don't recall a mention of Fandaniel, but I also don't recall anything else in terms of, well, I don't recall any of the other, most of the other names is what I'm trying to say. But do hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. Individuality is discouraged and you will be judged. Oh, this is a different quest. I think. No, wait, this is the right one. I forgot icons for a minute. Oh, aren't we looking rather smart this day? What can I do for you, little one? Nod. Robes to serve in lieu of your ensemble? Ah, how prudent. Alas, I have nothing I can offer you at this present time. The ones your associates saw me carrying earlier were a failed experiment. I never intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly thereafter. A failed experiment? Questioning head tilt? By your bemused expression, I gather you find it odd that your elders can fail in so simple an application of creation magics? It is more common than you may realize, little one. In this instance, a gaggle of children was passing by as I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye. Simply by becoming aware of their presence was the form influenced and the final product changed. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to conceive a white-haired lion, when all of a sudden this exquisite eagle alighted on the nearby railing, giving me quite the shock, and dramatically altering my initial concept. Gasp. Yes, indeed, it was a most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome one. Great strides are often born from unexpected impetuses. But even inspiration has its limits. For all the wonders we have wrought, I do wonder if there will come a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there is truly nothing left unmade, and only iteration and imitation and stagnation remain. But such esoteric matters need not concern you, little one. For now, I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magics without fear of failure. Nevertheless, it would still be in your best interest to don the appropriate robes to avoid excess scrutiny. Why don't you go to the Bureau of the Architect and request the appropriate concept so that you can fashion one yourself? I kind of feel like this seems to be like one that's an entire chain. And I kind of feel like I should do the entire chain for this one. I think it's important to see the culture of Amarat. Yeah, exactly. It is also interesting that this side quest technically contains voice acting by having these sounds play. Greetings and welcome to the Bureau of the Architect. Are you in need of assistance? It would be my pleasure to answer any questions you might have. To your left is the counter where you may submit registrations for new creations. To your right, you will find the counter where you may requisition concepts on file. Questioning head tilt? Am I correct in assuming you are not familiar with the services we provide? I see. A more detailed explanation is in order, then. You understand that by harnessing the powers of creation, we can give physical form to all manner of concepts, yes? That would be incredible. Picture a bouquet of fresh, fragrant flowers, all the colors of a rainbow. Now picture those self-same flowers formed of a delicate crystal, impossibly fragile and radiating hues beyond the visual spectrum. Every day our people push the boundaries of imagination to conceive new and striking designs like these. It doesn't even seem like they buy copies, they just request them. But there are limits to what a single individual can shape with their abilities alone. Those who harbor greater ambitions may offer their concepts to others here, that they might, with the strength of many, accomplish what one cannot. Not all concepts are approved for wider distribution, of course. Dangerous, subversive creations pose a risk to everyone, and so it is only after a comprehensive evaluation, after a concept is judged to further the greater good, that we permit it to be shared with the community. Do you understand, little one? Nod. Since you are here, I think you might benefit from conversing with some of the others currently availing themselves of our services. Why don't you go and speak with some of the citizens waiting for their registrations to be processed? Much as I would like to believe my explanation was more than sufficient, I expect that you may gain greater insight this way. You may gain gator insight. Is a great misspoken phrase that I think I said. Oh wait, this is a different... No, it's the same, I think. Yeah, it is. It does feel very endgame, for sure. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. Are you here to request a concept for personal use? If so, what sort of concept did you have in mind? Ah, communal robes. That will take but a moment to prepare, but before I fill out your request, I should caution you. Pardon me for asking, but your creative potential is, relatively low, is it not? We are trained to assess these things, and I fear that you do not possess the ability to express this concept in physical form. It's almost as though you completely lack it, though that can't possibly be. But regardless of the reason, you needn't worry. We have special tools that may be used to address this very eventuality. I will furnish you with an etheric rope you can use to restrain one of the misbegotten cubuses that congregate in the plaza north of the Academia Aniter. You will need to weaken your quarry before you can reliably bind them, but once you have, you can repurpose their energies to create your own robes. Oh, okay, wait. This is a different... I was actually doing a second questline? I'm getting confused by doing multiple things at once accidentally, I think. Yeah, I'm accidentally doing 2 quests at the same time. That's fine. And yeah, accessibility tools. I guess that's what that was. That's really nice to know. Or to really... It's really nice to think of them that way. Hello, hello, little one. So rare it is to see one of your size roaming about here. Come to learn about the Bureau, are we? I'm here today to register a new creature. Boneless and with semi-translucent skin, it drifts through the air like a dancer on a summer breeze, its tentacles trailing behind. It utilizes gas splatters to propel itself from place to place, you see. I'll admit it's not the most elegant of designs. I'd not shed a tear if it were rejected, quite frankly. But what can I say? I take pleasure in conceiving unorthodox designs. A beginner like you shouldn't take after me, though. If you're looking to pick up a few tips, you should probably ask someone else. Is that my number they just called? If you'll excuse me. Does this mean that Emmett Selk specifically decided to put the person who invented the jellyfish in this, like, elaborate physical illusion? Or was that just coincidence? Did he just, like, make Amarat as it was at a time and that happened to include that person? Are you the child I saw speaking with the attendant earlier? I thought so. So young and already so eager to learn about concepts and creations. That curiosity will serve you well, little one. I've been credited with a few popular concepts, I'm proud to say. I'm hoping that my latest will be equally well received. Autonomous figures. I say my latest, but really it's the product of many others' efforts and individual insights. But such is the case for every masterwork, I reckon. Autonomy notwithstanding, these creations know no fear. They are wholly devoid of emotion, and will without hesitation or resistance engage in any dangerous activity, even if death is assured. There's a beauty in that, I think, and I hope the officials do so as well. I tell you, there's nothing more nerve-wracking and thrilling than the waiting period before you receive the result. I love it and hate it in equal measure. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about it. If you're still keen to learn more, why not pester that worrywart over yonder? Come to think of it, I think their particular creation was designed to appeal to children. Like I said, if you're interested in learning more about the registration system, why not chat up that worried-looking fellow? I recall them muttering about how their design ought to appeal to little ones like yourself. Hey, singular they, in this context, is also cool. You there, an aspiring creator come to learn about the Bureau and its inner workings, I trust. That's all well and good, but since you're here, perhaps you can help me with a little something. I've been refining a concept of mine for some time now. Adorable little creatures designed to be the perfect plaything for any young citizen, but I'm still terribly unsure if it's ready to be submitted for approval. Which is why I was hoping you might first put it through its paces and tell me what you think. Your honest opinion, I'll have no flattery from you, young lady. This matrix will allow you to summon my creations, but don't use it here. Take it outside first, and don't be afraid to play rough, it's all part of the fun. Also, I want you to know that during the conversation with the passionate Amaratine over here, I was thinking, what if Emmett Selk is like, behold, the majestic tools of our creation, and it just pans over to the spore creature creator behind him? What if that happens? I suppose I need to use it at a specific point. I've come to file registration for my new invention, which I call the Cute and Creepy DLC Parts Pack. Or whatever the heck that thing was called. I tried to play Spore on stream once and it just wouldn't even boot up, by the way. Friend, play with friend. You've invented slime that wants me dead. Such fun, bye-bye. What do children love? I know, slime. This is the ancient known as Nickelodeus. Truly a great philosopher of the time. How did you find my lovelies? Were they as delightful and engaging as I hoped? Tell me everything, spare no details. We haven't even seen the cubus yet, but I am expecting a cube. I say, they spouted nonsensical phrases and attacked you like mad beasts. How distressing, and not at all like what I intended. We've heard Cubus. We were told to go find a Cubus. My sincerest apologies to you, little one, for the unpleasant experience. Still, from these experiences do we grow stronger and wiser. I look forward to the day when you will try your hand at creation too. Thank you, non-binary inventor of slime Nickelodeus. Ah, right. I keep forgetting to do this. There we go. Thanks for the reminder. Imagine if non-binary inventor of slime Nickelodeus was like a boss title and name in any context. Like the small text saying non-binary inventor of slime, and then the underline, and then under the line, Nickelodeus in a larger font. Picture this in your mind's eye for me. This is my new Amaratine OC. Who's actually just one of the NPCs in the game. But I gave them a name, I guess. This is a Cubus, then. This is also slime. I can see why you would get them confused. And even slimier slime, of a sort. In a certain way of measuring such a thing. Shares a model with 13, huh? Neat. I dodged Hydro Wave by capturing the Cubus. Well, it seems the weird goop monsters are an important resource. So, it makes sense for them to be included. What do you think the Amaratines think of my funny motorcycle? Welcome back, little one. Did you succeed in binding a Cubus? As one might expect, the creature is rather less than pleased to have been bound and shoved in your pack. You have done well, little one. Allow me to siphon its energies and prepare the matrix for you. It should only take a moment. Here you are, a creation matrix that you may use to generate your own robes. The concept is inscribed upon the crystal, which has been infused with the ether of the beast you brought me. Questioning head tilt? What?
In warped Ascan voice, oh what a delightful little tricycle this child has. Look at it go along. I imagine they'll try to submit it to the academia.
That's probably exactly what they would say. I don't know how they parsed it as a tricycle, though. They'd have to, like, look at it closely, I suppose, because it's so small. To them. What? Why are you looking at me as though you do not know how to channel the powers of creation? It is as natural as breathing. Even a newborn babe has the instinct. Even if your potential is lacking, as one of our people, you must surely know what to do. Are we to assume that this is the crystal we've been given? A lightning cluster? I suppose so. And you know, we do still use these crystals in crafting, so that's something. Oh, is that the entire chain? I thought there would be more to it for some reason. But it took until the end to get the ether current, and I don't see another quest anywhere. Other than this one, which is separate. So I would have had to do that entire chain anyway. I thought there would be more, for some reason. That's quite a thought. Oh, they all have the same picture. That's why I thought they were chains. Greetings, little one. Come to debate? And at so young an age. How wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? Shake head. Oh, my apologies for jumping to conclusions. My friends are not quite as fond of the Hall of Rhetoric as I am, so I have a habit of chatting up any potential conversation partners. So if you're not here to debate, I presume you're here to learn about the mysterious and esoteric goings-on here. It would be my pleasure to act as your tutor in these matters if you will indulge me. The Hall of Rhetoric is, as its place indicates, a place where citizens may freely gather to discuss and debate all manner of topics. This central forum is ideal for open discourse, but smaller rooms are available for those desiring more intimate conversation. Oh, and there's a wealth of reading material concerning rhetorical techniques and history, penned by the greatest minds on offer, as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing that is best experienced in the moment of conception and execution. Perhaps a demonstration would best serve to further your education. I saw a contemporary of mine engaged in a lively debate earlier just outside the hall. Go and see if they are still there, and issue to them my personal invitation to a friendly battle of wits. But that is precisely my point, that their obsession with this so-called mandate to approve only the most beneficial concepts for wider distribution, never mind the ridiculous subjectivity of their criteria, has led the Bureau of the Architect astray from its original purpose. Huh? Have you business with me, child? Regardless, I am in the middle of a heated discussion with my partner. Come back later. No. My position has nothing to do with the intrinsic value of unique identity and whether or not it is retained. Rather, I posit that the reproductions of a given concept are inherently imperfect, unless they are themselves unique, albeit in minor but significant degrees, and, most importantly, this variance is not to be condemned but celebrated. Better that than to strive in vain for an impossible standard that, even if met, would leave us lesser for lack of diversity. The Amaritines appear to be engrossed in their debate, utterly deaf to you and your pleas for attention. My, aren't you a stubborn little bugger? It's strangely endearing, I must admit. But we have all the time in the world. Why are you so insistent that I speak with you this very instant? Ah, you are acquainted with that chatterbox. I suppose I do owe them a debate or two, and now is as good an occasion as any. So be it. Nod, nod. So you're to be an observer? No, no, that will not do. You must be an active participant. You must engage in the discourse. Only by doing will you learn and grow, little one. I see you found my friend. Thank you, little one. Then without further ado, let us commence the promised debate.
You must engage in the discourse, Sucro.
I guess if I have to. As to the matter of what subject we shall debate today, I propose the recent calamity which has befallen our friends across the pond. What say you? Nod. The singular point of contention is, of course, whether or not Amarat should intervene on their behalf. I believe we should. The scale of the disaster which threatens that distant metropolis is of a scale heretofore unseen, and so equally considerable resources must be committed to counteracting its effects. Shake head. I disagree. The scale concerns me less than the nature of the proposition itself. Who are we to unilaterally intervene in the affairs of those half a world away? Are we to be the saviors of one and all? Such arrogance may well lead to our own downfall. While I understand your concerns from a philosophical standpoint, I fear you are too quick to dismiss practical considerations out of a desire to maintain an unassailable moral authority. But let us, you and I, hold here for the present and offer the floor to our young student. You have heard our opening salvos in this debate concerning the fate of our neighbors across the sea. What is your opinion on the matter? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Or we cannot save everyone, sometimes it is all we can do to save ourselves. I think both of these are things that have been said to Sucro by somebody. I don't remember who said both of these things. Louis Sois was my guess for like the first one, but I'm not sure for the second one. Someone has definitely said that. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Indeed, indeed. The same can be said regardless of one's opinion on the morality of intervention. There's a clear and undeniable benefit to Amarat in using this situation as a test bed for our newest creations, that we might develop and refine our defenses against a potential threat to our own fair city. How readily you cede the moral high ground. Was not our young friend's point that we have an ethical obligation to aid those in need? Yet not only do you instead elect to focus on the benefit to Amarat alone, but you also deprive our distant neighbors of the agency to determine their own fate. You misunderstand me. What benefits Amarat benefits all creation, I firmly believe, for the knowledge and wisdom we stand to gain from intervention can then be shared with others, empowering everyone to more effectively surmount similar trials in the future. Remember how Feo Ol told us that we shouldn't focus too much on the road ahead? and we should instead focus on the present? It would seem that in the society of Amarat, they have nothing to do but focus on the theoretical in the future a lot of the time. And yeah, as utopian as this society allegedly is, a lot of them seem to have ideas that don't quite work. Or rather, seem to be struggling with ethics and morals a bit. I must say, it has been far too long since I engaged in such a refreshing exchange of ideas. My colleague was equally delighted by the opportunity, you may be assured. Some decry it as little more than an academic exercise. After all, we failed to reach a meaningful consensus. But I dare say they miss the forest for the trees. Are we not more enlightened by the experience? Have we not been exposed to a greater variety of viewpoints? Is there not value in this alone? I truly believe we are blessed to be part of a society that exalts the free exchange of ideas and that encourages active participation in the public discourse. This may have been no more than your first foray into the exciting world of rhetoric, but I sense you have the soul of a debater in you. You may well have the potential to change Amarat in ways no one ever thought possible. I shall be watching your trajectory with great interest, my young friend. I have high expectations for you, my little debater. If you ever wish to hone your skills with a spirited conversation or two, I would be overjoyed to engage you. But just like even though that particular Amaratine insisted that his argument, or their argument for gaining knowledge would benefit everyone, it did seem rather selfish to some extent. That is a way to change a place. Despite their claims, they were too insistent on how it benefited them, or how it benefited people in the abstract rather than the people that specifically needed help. And I don't think that's the right way to focus on a situation. Yeah. That's a good way to put it, too. I say too like I put it in some way, but I'm not sure I did. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. I got into a debate about ethics by accident, says Sucro to everyone. It would seem our conversations were much alike. Sorry for the cough, by the way. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Nod. Hurianger, if I may. What are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. All the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. Nod. I see we arrived at the same conclusion, then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or from the very land itself. Yeah, I was also wondering that. They hadn't mentioned mana before. But yeah, summoning primals is the art of creation. And our mana, as it were, is so much less than that of the Amaratines, that we require a lot of ether from external sources to even create one being. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction, because we had to use so much ether to power it. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no close to finding Emmett Selk. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Sucro, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Nod. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. Shrug. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that could help cure Sucro's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Surprise. Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Smile. Nod. Nod. Then Y'shtola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. She's got a very fluffy, like, shoulder... whatever that is. A random Vieira is here, but not the usual one. I'm not sure why or where you're getting that we have about half as much mana or whatever I was saying, or that Reen has a 14 as much. Like, Reen seems like despite the fact that she's from the first, it seems like she has like about an equal level of power as anyone else. Folks of the Source have about half. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But we don't seem to be that different from Reen. So that could entirely be mechanical. Or it could be Minfilia playing a part in that. Would Minfilia count as, like, more than one person, though? Perhaps, in fact, Emmett Selk is full of shit. I would like, yeah, like, Minfilia would, having been originally from the Source, would have 7 shards. Yeah. I think I also just don't like having a number for comparing like the power or worth of individuals in this way. I think that's kind of nonsense. So I think I'm going to I think I'm going to agree that Emmett Selk is in fact full of shit. A visitor's writ? Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Susan C. Funk. Sucro Funk. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Power level arguments on the Asian internet? Yeah, probably. The creature I have created in the Spore Creature Creator uses as many parts as the creator allows, and is therefore superior to yours. If one uses fewer resources, they are inherently weaker, says Emmett Selk to the Convocation of the 14. The person on the Convocation of 14 that gets kicked out is the one who made like a funny little orb with little dot eyes and a goofy mouth. I was like, look at the little guy! And everyone else was like, we hate this actually. You've used like 4 shapes. Get the fuck out. Yeah, Orbo. They made Orbo. You're right. I have to put Orbo on screen now. The enduring legacy of Orbo. Orbo is here. That's Orbo. The Orbo Monastery. Perhaps. I don't know if I should leave Orbo there, but Orbo is there. Remember when I wrote things and then I had to stop writing them because I ran out of energy for writing things? And Orbo was in one of those? Oh well. It happens, I suppose. Time for waiting. One day I might write something that reaches a conclusion. I mean, after all, I thought I wouldn't get to Shadowbringers for about 2 zillion, 3 billion, 7 million, etc. years. Sucro Funk, your application is ready for collection. It is very funny that Emmett's preparation for Sucro to show up here included filing registration for her, effectively. Or like creating filed registration for her. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. I wonder if anyone is surprised by the fact that this writ was approved by Emmett Selk himself. Oh yeah, actually, given that they've addressed one of the Asians we spoke to, not Asians, Amaratine, however you say that. They've addressed one of the ancients, I guess is the easiest way to say this, with a singular they, and they've addressed Emmett with a he. So the ancients understood multiple forms of gendered pronouns. That's good. I'm glad for this. Either that or they understood that singular they is an acceptable grammatical construction or whatever. And also that, I guess, yeah. Bureau of the Secretariat. Time for waiting in line. Hey, do these people have less draw distance than like the usual sort of NPC? I feel like that's something that genuinely could have been done on purpose because of the nature of them. And that's a fun touch. Next, please. Application documents requesting permission to enter the capital as a sanctioned visitor. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. I think it is very funny that I like the camera pan to reveal you sitting like this on the gigantic seat. Ugh. May I? So this is a fascinating opening line. You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Selk? This is the most self-aware person that we've encountered. Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade. Here and not here. Oh yeah, forgiven cattiness. I did in fact illustrate that. Or I just did like a goofy like 5-minute sketch, actually. So this NPC seems important, by the way. Here's my goofy 5-minute sketch. Or like 10 minutes or something. Uh-oh. Don't worry, this won't happen, probably. I'm fond of the double tails on one side and then the double wings on the other side. Also, the ear halos are silly. Yeah. It's a very silly little sketch. I know only that my name is Hythlodius. Hythlodius? And that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. Casp? These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. Hythlodius is that's probably correct. A stray thought would have been enough. Hythlodius will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part meaning to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. I forgot about that detail. Jeez. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born, just as we had hoped. He reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet, oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Also, the fires probably went out, judging by the intro of every Final Fantasy with elemental crystals. That's always what happens. Once more did our people give of themselves to Zodiac. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish.
Fun fact, if half of America were to give itself to summon up some sort of strange American zodiac, it would require 165,950,000 people. This is a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. Also, an American zodiac would probably suck. So I wouldn't be for that plan. Honestly. I've definitely not met a million people. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. I mean, that's probably... I guess that's fair as a statement. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know you, then, how this conflict ended? Nod. This sitting pose is silly. I thought you might. Emmett Selk has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, how very glib, Emmett Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they've only grown heavier with every passing century. Tis truly a terrible weight he's chosen to carry. Sucro Funk. Hey, someone does say Sucro's name in voice acting, technically. It seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. Nod. Oh shit. There was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Ooh. Forgot about this too. Nay, I see no definite form. Just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion? Chuckle. Oh, they just say this, huh? They just say this, huh? Okay. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. So yeah, they just say this. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken. no matter how thin the soul is spread. Ah, I'm having emotions again.
In extremely Ardbert voice, I'm a cat?
Ha! This is just the kind of fate I expect for one such as she. Surely Emmett Selk has recognized the hint of her in you. What? Sucro Funk? Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. And they're gone. I'm having emotions even though I don't fully understand the complete extent of all these reveals yet because I haven't played the whole game. Ah! Okay. So that was a lot that we just learned about. And Ardbert didn't have anything to say about this, apparently. What if Ardbert was just like, sick, does that mean I get to skip in line? Cause we're like the same, we're kind of like part of the same person or whatever? Do I get to skip in line? Your visitor's writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. So, yeah, fair. I mean, I've seen this before, and I still was a bit awestruck, I suppose. My new old friend is such a line. Like, dang. What does that mean? We don't even really know. ... Ah, Sucro. Y'shtola and I have just returned from an institution the locals called the Academia Uniter. Well, from its public offices at least, the dungeon part of it wasn't added until later. We thought an Asian place of learning the ideal spot to research your condition, but it seemed we lacked the credentials to enter the Academia proper. We weren't a light party, we were only 2 people. And our item level wasn't high enough? Spoilers, that's an optional dungeon later. Ah, good, you're here. Everyone seems to be present and accounted for. Master Thancred can best describe our chances for infiltrating the capital. I only hope thine efforts to secure permissions were successful. Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? It does seem to mean something. An official writ of permission granting you entry to the capital as a sanctioned visitor. I think I already read that. I also forgot my new old friend. I don't know where you're getting love from in the implications. Truthfully. Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing too, Urianger and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasts not a single armed sentry. It would seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of one ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emet-Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. Nod. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amarat's today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Sucro? Was aught worthy of interest said to you during your efforts to obtain a writ? I encountered one who was aware of everything. As an AI model? God. Basically, yes. I suppose an old love would be more dramatic, but given the fact that... I guess given the fact that the Warrior of Light can be anybody that you can create in this game, they probably wouldn't have made the relationship so specific, I guess. I, for one, don't want to go into a video game and be told that, like... I don't want to have information like that forced onto my character, if you will, I suppose. But that could just be me. Oh yeah, we also learned about how Zodiarch happened, or like all the sacrifice or whatever. A great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? Nod. All this time, but they still mean to enact this. If they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. Aye, I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory, and in turn empower Zodiarch to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. That is true. I had already forgotten that Seto did say that. And Seto did say that our soul was similar to Ardbert's. So... Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiarch. Nod. That does seem like the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. That's to say naught of what Emet-Selk plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? Or as well as our past? We need to find him, Sucro, and when we do, make your mark, change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Jeez, Alizé. I'm already having so many emotions here, jeez. I knew you would win. Is fighting Emet-Selk the only way? He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. We've come this far, and we won't gain anything by stopping now. Oh. You can fly here before the story is over. Now we can get an even better view of the city. Oops, I left the city limits. Oop. I'm discovering the boundaries of music. By mistake. It might not be the perfect angle for scenery, but it was a good one. That too, yeah. I don't know what the perfect angle would be, but I was just assuming, I guess. Thancred stares quietly into the distance. He seems calm and assured, his easy stance born of confidence rather than false bravado. I don't think we have ever talked to a story character and received narration in this way until this moment. I don't think we have ever seen this happen. Reen appears to be brooding over her choices, her faintly trembling hands betraying her mounting trepidation. Alphino is lost in thought, his eyes downcast. There is, however, no sign of the self-doubt which once assailed him at the falling snows. Y'shtola meets your gaze with a strained smile. You seem to recall her wearing the selfsame expression when speaking with Lys and Runar. What does that mean exactly? Urianger glances your way, his expression hesitant. You can see the struggle as he agonizes over the words he wishes to say. Shadowbringers. Okay. Hello. If that narration is referring to Y'shtola having feelings for Runar, why does it also refer to Lys? And why is it how is it at all related to her glancing at Sucro? I don't follow. Meets your gaze with a strained smile. You seem to recall her wearing the self-same expression when speaking with Lys and Runar. Teacher mode? What does that mean? Holding emotions in check. I guess just holding emotions in check, but what does Lys have to do with it then? I guess so. Well, I don't know. I guess that's true. I guess I forgot about that too somehow. Jeez. I'm never gonna remember anything, huh? Shadowbringers. Hey, we'll get a secret Santa present from Emmett Selk after this quest. Alize appears to have made her decision. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mordsuk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, you don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Vothri spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads, the ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant Talos would never have raised its head. I've borne witness to many such miracles at your side and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emmett Selk unto his arrest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth Auracite, and such I have prepared, upon the Exarch's asking no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emmett Selk's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Bow. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me to stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Of course we speak to Reen last. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in our meringue. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Sucro. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. And it's a cutscene too. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Golg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really tried. Oh no. Minfilia. I mean, Reen. Reen. Then you shouldn't hang your head, or I'm not asking to be saved. Then you shouldn't hang your head. I'm sorry for saying Minfilia. You said Minfilia, and I think that confused my brain, I guess. I shouldn't? Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I knew it was here. I knew it was about to happen. I remembered this as soon as a dialogue choice was appearing to appear. We must all keep looking forward like the heroes who never gave up hope for this world, or... ... I have to say it. Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. Yup. Yup. ... I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Sucro. I'm going with you. Yeah. I want to know the statistics on what choices players made in that dialogue option, and also I want to know if that if a Hashafont quote was still there in other languages and localizations and stuff. I want to know if that was present in every version of the game, basically. And I want to know how many people chose that option. Have you heard about these calamities the other cities are facing? Terrifying concepts, the stuff of nightmares running amok. What are the people to do? I feel like probably the majority of people chose that one. Not only because it's a reference to Harshafont and what he said, at least in this language setting, but also it's the first option and people have a tendency to pick the first option in a multiple choice situation. A lot of the time, honestly. At least in some of them. And that as well. It's not, like, directly relevant to the situation as much as, like, the second line is, but still. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Here you go. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. I haven't thought about it until just this moment, but are the documents, like, really big? Are they, like, giant-sized documents? Because the Ancients are much larger than Sucro is? Is Sucro holding a sheet of paper the size of her? Because that's kind of funny. Maybe. Or it's also, it's equally funny if it's Sucro-sized documents. And then the Ancients are holding these tiny, tiny papers. That's funny, but different. It's funny, but different. Still funny, though.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmett Selk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation.
A wearable document cape? That would be pretty good.
Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you?
Die,
and I see
I
you
hope.
insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
Oh, shut it. I happen to have learned that you were part of an organization of specific people and also that you did have friends at one point, so shut up. You jerk. You know what friendship is.
It is not she who is lost without the familiar.
And yeah, that too. You just freaking recreated your entire ancient home and you refuse to move past it.
Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes.
You may have also missed a detail and allowed me to learn more than I should know. Not that you really care.
There's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Stop you? It's probably an option that I'm about to have. We came here to stop you, or we came for the Exarch. Both are true. But I think stopping you also involves saving the Exarch. And saving the Exarch doesn't necessarily involve stopping you, so I'll just say this. Also, it's more directly relevant to the current conversation.
Did you now? One last do-or-die attempt to foil my plans before your mind dissolves into madness?
I guess you could put it that way.
How very, very heroic of you.
I guess you could say it's more important as well.
In every single age, there is always someone who wants to stand up to the evil Ascians.
Have you considered that that might be an indication that you are in fact evil and your ideas are bad? Have you thought about this? Are you being that Simpsons joke of no, surely it is the children who are wrong and out of touch right now? The one I only know through memes? Because I've never actually really watched anything of The Simpsons. Maybe that's a surprising thing to reveal suddenly, is that I've never seen much of The Simpsons. I don't really watch television, though. Anyway. But yeah, maybe there's a reason people keep wanting to stop you.
Always the same arrogance, the same insistence that the world belongs to them, as if theirs were the only rightful claim, theirs the only existence worthy of preservation.
Sucro hates this. Everyone hates this.
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients?
Yes?
Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace.
This line is unintentionally funny to me because there was an April Fool's video that made this particular line very silly, and from what I understand, and that particular segment was isolated, and I've been shown that video. And it was very silly, and I can't adequately explain why. But it is ruining the mood of this line a little bit.
For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
Yeah, we'd probably find a better way. That look Sucro just gave Emmett was like felt like a look of pity almost. Like you're pathetic kind of look.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
Hell yeah.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold, the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
God, the camera work in this scene is also very good. The wind effects are making it a little bit silly, though.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Yep. Seems like the final days involved a lot of burning. Amarat, now accessible. So, the joke video I mentioned with that line, to attempt to describe it, I guess imagine if Emmett Selk was a TikTok star, I think? It was sort of that line, but with a lot of like weird head bobbing and like silly sound effects as he made goofy faces in between every part of the statement. I don't know how to describe the sound effect. A booming sound? He made the duck face at some point. People are silly, basically. That's all. I just wanted to explain that further. In those final days, 'tis said that monstrous beasts were set loose in the city. Terrors made flesh by sorceries run rampant. If Emmett Selk hath been faithful in his reconstruction, then we must be prepared to face many such abominations. Ready when you are, Sucro. If it's proof he wants, we'll give him a fight the likes of which he's never seen. I can feel it, beyond the flames, a darkness waiting to swallow our light. Wherever you are, Minfilia, watch over us and guide our steps. Goat in the fire, yeah. I reasoned that Emmett Selk would not harm the Exarch until he had learned the tower's secrets, but his parting words suggest otherwise. Let us make haste. Your friend may not have the luxury of decades to wait for you this time. I won't ask you to hold back. That time is long past. I'll just try to snuff out the worst of the embers before they reach you. Just say the word, Sucro. However harrowing the scenes that await us, harrowing, they will not sway us from our course. Okay, who do we bring? Is it just gonna be the same three that I've been bringing? No, maybe not.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Let's give it our all. Here we go.
How about this instead of Alize instead of Y'shtola? Reen is like one of the main characters of Shadowbringers. Urianger is very important to all of this and has held the secrets. And Alize is also like, I don't know, everyone here has reasons to be brought into the final dungeon, but we can only pick 3. So it will be these 3. Also, Urianger is better at healing than Alphino. That too. I don't know if Y'shtola does AoE. I don't think anyone does AoE. But hey, here's that leitmotif again that we were hearing, except now dramatic and everyone is on fire.
Welcome to the final days of Amarat.
I think all of the NPCs just single target. What will become of us? The end times have come! Oh, that's just the meteor.
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
Oh, are they? The creatures are way more complex. I'm just gonna do... Oh. That one is targeted Alize. That's bad.
You underestimate me.
I'm gonna stick to not trying to pull too many things. Stick to the same pace I've been taking for dungeons.
Now I've got you.
I think this was an expert roulette at a time when I ran expert roulettes, so I think I've seen this in like roulettes more. The place names in this dungeon are good also. I saw you saying. I'll have to try and pay attention. And lo, vile beasts did rise, leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Thus did the first doom befall us. It would not, however, prove the last. For soon did the sun bend low, scorching earth and boiling seas. And one of those things is covered up by the staircase. So that's fun. Oh, it'll just show up when on the screen anyway. So I don't really need to look at the map. Yeah, Terminus does indeed mean that. Also, they're all like terminus verb. All of these ones are anyway. Crier, Pursuer, Stalker.
Be gone!
You underestimate me.
Yeah. Bodies of the dead. Roiler. This one has targeted somebody. That seems bad. I feel like a fear of roiling is very specific. If that's the theory we're going with. I don't entirely know what royal means, like roiling is. Off the top of my brain.
Rise to Pridals, our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
Oh, they're just saying that. like boiling. The first beast. Thus did the first doom befall us. That is one hell of a boss name. Also one hell of a design. Look at this. Look at this creature. I've probably had a nightmare like that. The first beast was striking in its unsightliness. The face parader. As if to scour away all life, it called down a cataclysmic deluge. Deluge, I guess is how you say that. Oh, you have to go behind the boulders for this, right? The Final Sky is the name of this attack. The buildings are beginning to collapse. I don't know enough about Dwarf Fortress to conjure a theoretical Dwarf Fortress description of such a creature. Right. Whoops. Yet even its defeat did not halt the march of oblivion. I really appreciate a Dwarf Fortress description where a set of descriptors is repeated a whole bunch of times. That's good. It would not, however, prove the last. Creation magics run rampant. 'Tis the stuff of nightmares, says Urianger. Also, I missed Reen saying even knowing it's all illusion makes it no less terrifying. And Alize said so much destruction at some point. Interestingly, the little like word balloons that pop up are not in the event log. They're only in the general one for me. I don't like that. Wait, what am I doing? I shouldn't pull too many. Tank instincts took over. Uh-oh.
I shall protect thee.
It does seem to be fine so far. I'm not sure what you mean with specifically affecting people for... Ah, like the creation magics and whatnot were messing up. Hey, it worked out. Does the Terminus Howler, like, deal damage when it dies? I think that last roar had, like, a hit... was like a hit. I think it did an attack. I'm not entirely sure.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
The Ascians suffered such tragedy. Aye, and we'd best keep moving if we're to avoid a similar fate, said Reen and Alize. For soon did the sun bend low, scorching earth and boiling seas. Oh yeah, also, the weather is termination in this dungeon. That's probably fine, right? Beholder. Hey, what's that? What's that gigantic creature firing a large laser? What's up with that? Firing more than one large laser even. Is that fine? Is that totally fine and not a problem? Just kidding, everything here is obviously a problem. The fear of laser dragons. Fair. Now I'm just wondering, how would a fear of something like, say, heights manifest as a creature? I probably don't want to know, truthfully. Chuckster? Okay, yeah, that's actually a good answer. Question over, it's a Chuckster. Where's the Terminus Chuckster? Terminus Bellwether. Thus did the second doom break us. Is this another of these dooms then? Said Alize. Alize immediately limit breaks. Classic Alize move. I mean, yeah. That would be the sort of ability such a creature might have, for sure. The beast bellows and gives birth to terror, a terror which in turn gives birth to new beasts.
I shall protect thee.
Hey, just do a trash bowl in the middle of this fight, like an entire one. It's fine.
Together we shall overcome this.
Fear of ads phase. I will say that I was saying early, its gaze turns skyward and a fiery rain falls from the heavens. Hey, just more trash pulls, why not? I will say that earlier in Shadowbringers, I was saying it felt weird to me to have like the mini boss theme that was a variant of the boss theme, because that wasn't there when I originally played Shadowbringers, but it makes this dungeon, it works really well here. I will say that. This is surprising. It is an unexpected twist. And I think the scary part is that more of them keep showing up before you've killed an entire group. Like it's very easy to be like, oh no, I'm not prepared for this. And like I wasn't prepared to use my abilities in this way in the context of a boss fight. I guess I guess I could probably be considered an aggressive tank as well. I mean, that's just how you tank. Though maybe I'm not quite understanding what you mean. Also, this does appear to have damaged the boss itself. As if feeding upon the horror, the beast bloats, then shivers, then ruptures. That sounds bad. Oh. Actually, this boss just has a lot less HP. Because it's basically a big random enemy. Okay.
Yet this is far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you.
I already have that. Alize said, was that the last of them? Takes more damage as it gets closer to detonating? Makes sense. Ah.
Just a little further.
Ah.
And you will see the end of a world.
Ah. So like one of my first thoughts when I got here this time just now, oh, I did check the weather actually. It's termination, yeah. I actually did realize to do or remember to do that. It was termination in the last part. Like my first thought getting here this time was I can go here in explorer mode and take cool screenshots. That didn't exist when I played this the first time. It'd be like, hell yeah, cool backdrop. Yet it was neither claw nor flame, but our very sins. Is that the star? The whole world is ablaze. We perceive this scene from the heavens, as the Asians did. Oh. Don't linger, it's lasers. Don't linger, it's lasers sounds like a level name in a Mario spin-off, and actually I think that's a great sentence that I've just said by accident. Don't linger, it's lasers. Bum ba da bum ba da ba da da bum. Yoshi's Island level start noise. Wait, was there an Ultima Weapon AoE indicator? I didn't even notice it. Oh yeah, there it is. I forgot there was a level called Keep Moving! Exclamation points. I feel like Keep Moving could have been a working title that they then decided to keep because it was funny. Now that they think about it. This enemy is called Terminus Twitcher. Is this someone's fear of streaming? Obvious joke. Oh, hey, Catastrophe. How you doing? I forgot they used a Catastrophe recolor at any point. That's fun. You know, that makes a lot of sense. That's something like a lot of like horror monsters do, is twitch unnaturally. I don't know enough about 13 to know what that is. That's very fair. With regard to the fears. Whoops.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Oh. Wait, what was that area called? I didn't see it because I was looking at the chat. Stacked to the heavens. What? Where they took root, corrupting its halls. Your very sins are stacked to the heavens where they took root? Okay. That sounds bad. Okay, yeah, I was saying earlier they could, like, make a spaceship and try to go elsewhere, but that, I guess that would not have worked, yeah. Also, maybe they don't know, like, maybe they just couldn't think of a spaceship. I don't know if they would have. I was just thinking of that because that's the answer to the world is doomed in a lot of other things. You know, yeah. That's also... Realizing just how much these things are formed from thoughts and fears is very scary. The more you say things that make this clear to me. You can go to space today, but it won't help. Sounds like a line of dialogue in an old Super Nintendo RPG with a slightly odd localization. It sounds like something a random NPC would just say in a context where it almost made sense. I feel like that's a very specific vibe to be comparing that sentence to, but maybe you get what I mean. Yeah, I think Terminus Drainer is unique. I don't think we have seen this enemy model before. Terminus Idolizer we've definitely seen somewhere, or something similar? Or is this... is it using the skeleton of something? I feel like we've seen those. Oh, are they boots? One of these days I will...
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Caliphisteri? Yeah, that sounds right. So hey, that laser dragon. This is a very unique fight from what I remember. Chthonic Riddle Therian. What is that supposed to mean? What's the riddle? What's the name Therian referring to? That's the thief and Octopath Traveler. Thus did the third doom undo us. It means beast. Yeah, okay, fair. Ignore my trembling, I can fight, I've made my choice. The fact that you have to like run up through the boss arena. From the depths of despair, let the last harbinger arose. Shadow Wreck. The third doom is sealed off.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Big laser. Shoutouts to the NPCs, or else I would have died. Oh. Wait, no, this is correct, I think. Okay. Its voice was fulgent destruction and none could stand in its path. Oh. Bosses are getting more confident, and this is making me less confident that I'll be able, or getting more complicated. And this is making me feel less confident that I'd be able to tank any random given roulette at any point. Also, your hitbox is weird, Therian.
You underestimate me.
And as it edged inexorably closer, we knew. Can you fall off here? Probably, right? Therian charge.
I shall protect thee.
Wait, everyone stood in that and then moved when it started. I see. Urianger, you're... okay, you were dying. You're no longer dying. Without decisive sacrifice, our star would surely perish. Ow. Man. You're being rude, Therian. Deathly Ray's all-night barbecue is a powerful sentence, by the way. Determined face. I gotta get the treasure coffer. I already had it. Not for despair, nor fate itself. We shall not falter. Where is Emmett Selk? Be on your guard. This is wholly his realm. Everyone's weapons are still drawn for the most part. This is it, the first and final end. The unwinding of life itself. Everyone's weapons are drawn except for Reen and Alphino. Alphino's primary weapon is his diplomacy, so he's just got his arms folded. And Reen is understandably concerned. That's a great point. You can, in fact, fall. It's fine, though. That's a good point, though. Like, the scale of the fire... They weren't kidding when they said the fabric of the star began to fray. Like, dang. Dang you. That's him.
Well, well, you prevailed. Nevertheless...
Well...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
God, I can imagine Emmett Selk complaining about parses. Yeah, Emmett Selk has never actually done any sort of attack action until this moment. Emmett Selk would tell Reen she didn't even parse green, and then Reen would cry. Oh, he did shoot Garaha, that's true. He did do that also. I barely even know what parsing green means. I just know that, like, parsing some colors is good and parsing some colors is bad, and using a parser is illegal and will get you destroyed. The fabric of your account will begin to fray. Alizé, go!
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards.
Yeah, he doesn't even move.
But they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and
love and hope.
Yeah.
And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Hell yeah.
More prat.
Cool exploding... Cool cosmic kunai attack that you have there.
Fool, who are you? No one, nothing.
That's what you're about to become, Emmett Selk. When I destroy you completely.
Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes.
Just keep going forward. Against all odds.
Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
Stola, how did you get to that part of the Black Mage rotation so quickly?
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future.
Have we seen his mask before? I think we have, yeah.
And you?
Briefly.
Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
Ugh.
You see, the light will not be denied.
Wait, was the gremlin in the Shadowbringers CGI trailer saying those things? Was that just Emmett the whole time? I forgot about that. What? That's incredible.
Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
No fight left to fight, no life left to live. God, I wish I remembered things.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
Bankrupt is here too. Oh, you actually had to raise a hand this time.
Now!
Oh, jeez. Jeez.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
You can't just do that. I mean, everybody. Ah! Ah! Not again. But wait. But wait. It's not over yet. Hey, Cursor, get away.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
Yes. You know I could, or what? All by myself? What, just me? Here it is.
Take it. We fight as one.
God, this scene is so good. It's so good. Oh, that seems fair.
This world is not yours to end.
And Sucrose speaks with Ardbert's voice.
This is our future. Our story.
Whomst?
No, it can't be.
Ah, that trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
Surprise! We were wondering where the Exarch was here, apparently. Still.
I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, Eon become instant.
Hey, I remember those words. I remembered something. Summon party!
Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Yeah, Graha is kinda messed up right now.
Damn you! Damn you all!
Better believe I'm taking like multiple screenshots of this moment. I challenge you, Emmett Selk, or it ends this day. One way or another, it ends. I challenge you, Emmett Selk. Hey, dialogue prompts have negative edge inputs. That's funny.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment.
I held the button. I pressed the button with such enthusiasm there that I held it for a moment, and the choice did not register until the button was released.
The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Yup. Sucrose face is her face. She's a cat. It's simple. He's Hades, though. The Dying Gasp, now accessible. Just a complete void. Huh. Sucro went through... You're right. Huh. I never thought of that. Well... a mysterious Viera, or perhaps Vis, appears. But first, I'm going to do this one more time. And also, like, read over the dialogue again real quick to make sure I understand what's happening. I do, but I feel like I didn't absorb some sort of line there. Somewhere. Hey, I'm not gone yet, really, because I was doing the rereading through the dialogue first. Interesting note. Some of the voice lines in that cutscene are not in the log. Specifically, the lines where Sucrose spoke with Ardbert's voice. Those are not there. That's interesting. I wonder why that is. Honestly, I have no idea if that's meaningful in any way, but it's true. Those are just skipped over. Every other line is in the log. Anyway, I'll be right back for real. Hello. I think that did happen with the Exarch's dialogue, actually. I think you're right. Well. Are we all ready for this? By Emmett Selk's own words, you are no one, nothing. Your life a ghastly mockery of past perfection, utterly devoid of meaning. Yet despite his endless refutations of your worth, mankind has dreamed and struggled and survived. Even now, you fight to preserve your future and spare 2 worlds from unimaginable destruction. The moment has come to make your stand, to call upon every last reserve of strength. Fight for those who shared your journey, and for those you met along the way. Fight for those who awaited your coming across the boundaries of time and space. Fight, from distant stars yet undimmed, you are joined by 7 summoned champions. For only together can you hope to prevail against the staggering might of this ancient Ascian, the immortal and implacable Hades. Implacable? Implacable? There's so many words I don't know in language. Just the complete void here is a lot. Implacable. Okay. Interesting. Odd-numbered versions having Final Fantasy VII summons as final bosses. Hades was in 9 though, so Hades isn't exactly a one-off. Hades was a bonus boss in 9. Yep. Hades was a boss you had to, like, I think you kind of had to, like, go out of your way to fight Hades, like, near the end of the game. And Hades, for some reason, had, like, the Great Hunt music as his boss theme. I don't remember, I think you got a special summon for beating Hades, maybe? I don't remember. I forgot about 7's Hades. Okay, but what if the final boss of 7.0 is Chocomog?
Hades, originally introduced to the player as a mysterious voice, is a super boss and a secret synthesis shop in Final Fantasy IX. He is encountered in Main Moria in the birth room by walking right and examining the area behind the large rock and choosing not to leave when asked. There will be no filled icon to indicate him, but pressing the action button reveals him.
I forgot that Hades was hiding behind a large boulder in, like, at the end of the game, just waiting to prank. That's funny. But yeah, he's a synthesis shop, that's what it is. Well. Oh, yeah. I forgot about him being afraid of you. I don't think I ever defeated Ozma, but I did defeat Hades, I think. Seems like the queue time is... It says average wait time 9 minutes, time elapsed close to 5. So the queue time is still quite existing right now.
Hades' summon materia is found underwater in the cargo room in the sunken Jelnica, and costs 150 MP to summon. Hades' attack, Black Cauldron, damages opponents and causes the sleep, poison, confusion, silence, frog, mini, slow, and paralyzed status ailments. Hades' spell power is equal to 5.625x the base magic damage. If paired with the added effect materia, Hades will grant either slow or paralyze.
Thank you for this Final Fantasy knowledge. Ozma is a fascinating super boss because, like, Ozma's got, like, really intricate programming? No, programming. Oh, Orbo is still on the screen, I've just realized. I forgot Orbo was there. That's Orbo. I guess Orbo can stay there. I get distracted by Orbo, because that's Orbo. Ozma's also an orb, but is not Orbo. But Ozma has, like, very complicated programming. I think there's, like, methods that are very safe, I guess, and reliable to defeat Ozma if you have a specific setup. But also Ozma has funny pranks, like if you go into the boss fight with specific, like, resistance type effects or whatever. If you, like, resist every status effect when you go into Ozma's fight, I think it is, Ozma will just be like, I just, like, delete you immediately with, like, meteors or something. So you have to resist every status effect except for one and stuff like that. We're here, though. Now you can reach the round guy. That's great. I forgot about that. Hades. No subtitle, just Hades.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
There's someone with a frog head in here. You are destined for naught else but oblivion. I remember this fight being difficult. Oh, there was a cryo as well. It might be less difficult with the way item levels are at this point. Oh wait. I misunderstood that, but it's fine. Dark Missionary, what does that mean? Other than being the name of the Final Fantasy IX final boss music. What does this mean? Okay, these are just AoEs, I guess. Oh, Dark Missionary is... Okay. That's a Dark Knight thing. Okay. I saw Blackest Night. Give voice to your anguish, my brethren. Oh. I'm probably only supposed to take one set of these. That was late. Give substance to our hopes, our dreams, our prayers. Yeah. Oh, jeez. I actually think I almost killed somebody there. This is why I don't feel confident in my abilities, because I don't know what to do automatically all the time. And a mistake can cause a problem for somebody else. Was that them? Yawn wide the ever-hungering void. Devour the light and return all to darkness. Nah. Impressive resilience, but it matters little. I have all eternity to break your stubborn wills.
I am stifled by this vessel of flesh.
That's a normal thing to say. The limit gauge resets. Unburden your sleeping souls, my brethren. Still termination for the weather. I shall bear every hope, every dream, every prayer. You know, I also think about being stifled by a vessel of flesh pretty often, now that you mention it. I don't know if you're actually doing an AoE immediately. Probably not. That was probably a waste. Ha! I was just guessing at a laser there. Uh-oh. I remember this fight being difficult at the time that it released. Gathering ethereal energy. Do I have to go over here? Yes, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Wait, what are you doing? Wait, was that got there because I stood in the very small amount of safe space that existed at one part? Okay.
This place will be your tomb.
I used my invincibility. Hehe. Beans.
My dormant breath, dream now of the dark tomorrow. By our gathered might, must be reclaimed into vain reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you.
The light within her champions grows faint. Active time maneuver. Unleash the light.
Has the Warden's light one free? No. Damn you. Damn your wretched blessing.
I think we are now empowered in some way. I will extinguish the spark of your miserable lives. Just desperately spamming at this point.
You have no power over me.
Seems like you have no power, actually. Duty complete.
To the stars. Meow, I am a cat. I am very disgusted. Behold my demons.
Destroy!
Someone said enjoy the end of Shadowbringers in the party chat. Shoutouts to them. I would commend them had they not already left. When you hug Sucro, you just like slap her on the back of the head. Oh, I got 3 commendations. Yay. Yeah.
Will not yield. Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our dreams? Our desire?
Can we get another summoning real quick?
Enough, damn you!
Banquet is here somehow. Banquet is doing a cool flip. 1 billion of them. Auracite. Did you just Omni slash the Auracite and spike it into him? I think you did. Hell yes. And they're all here too.
Such infernal strength!
nods.
Now! Strike with all thy might!
And all thy light. Perhaps. Summon forth. Axe. Hey-ya! This part is so cool to me. This whole entire end of Shadowbringers is fantastic. At least to me. And it's amazing to see Sucro in these scenes that I have seen, I guess. I guess so.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
Remember that we once lived. Nod. The slightest of smiles. And there he goes. Fair enough, I suppose. Surrender or die in obscurity, as they say.
It's over. Emet-Selch is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
Her ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiark, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
I think maybe he just means
More than that.
remember that the Ascian, remember that the
Under
ancients
strain of
once
that
lived,
incredible
that sort of
flood
thing.
Of ether, your soul had begun to break apart.
Not just
Yet
him.
now it seems somehow restored.
He said, remember that we once lived, not that I once lived.
I tried to help you before the battle, but Emet-Selch stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you...
Right.
Can you tell us what happened?
It's kind of a complicated explanation, honestly. But the axe is still here. Ah, shoot, I think I mistimed it. That's fine. I had a help from a hero of this world, or I had help from a hero of this world, or... I'll explain it all another time. I had help from a hero of this world.
I see.
Questioning head tilt on the part of Y'shtola. By the way, this is a part of the Shadowbringers theme that hasn't really been anywhere else yet. Hey, Exarch. Graha.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology.
I don't think I forgive Emmett Selk or Hades. Graha's droopy cat ears. I don't forgive him, but I will remember history. Let's get out of here first, or I'm tired, we'll leave the lecture for later, or 'tis good to see you awake, Graha Tia. Hell yeah, I'm picking that option. And he cries immediately. Understandable. Smile.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
He does still exist, yeah. We ended up saving him. Thancred patted him on the back. Eternal Wind! And yeah, I do not forgive Hades, but we shouldn't forget what we've learned.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
Oh yeah. I didn't think about that. Since he still exists.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
Timelines still exist, maybe. Oh no.
There, dear. Everything will be all right. There, look! Over there, over the beach!
Sucro's taking a nap. On the beach. Credits, also.
Ho there! Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
Hello. Main theme composer Soken. Shoutouts to Soken. Soken is really good at music. Tsuko, don't look at the sun. Shout out to everyone who works on this game, honestly. I just happened to see...
We'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
The ending has... That's a funny part, too. Shoutouts to everyone who made Final Fantasy XIV
Great.
and worked on it.
Where's Urianger?
I just happened to notice
He must have
Soken
fallen behind.
because I saw the credit pop up for that.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
Graha also had to swim in his condition?
For the love of... Alphino!
Urianger will just teleport to the surface. It's fine.
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were.
Alphino. Alphino, please.
Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
Alphino's still passed out. Alisaie just shrugs. Well, guess he's dead. Hey, Urianger is okay. Hey, Alphino is okay. Everyone's fine. Night is finally back for real. We should learn the Crystal Tower salute as an emote, honestly. Crystarium, rather. I have no idea what Sucro is saying there. Nod.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life.
Oh, Ardbert still exists in some capacity too. I actually did not, well, maybe, kind of.
So too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For
oh wait,
we
was
who
his axe?
walk before
Oh, it was clean. I
may
didn't
lead
notice.
Those who walk after.
I didn't notice it was clean.
Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
That's really good. That's a good detail.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
I've decided to be up here instead of mingling.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you?
Maybe. Maybe.
Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Also, you look like tiny baby Ardbert. Well, it's a secret. I forgot she does that. That's really cute. And that's Shadowbringers. That's 5.0. We got there. We did it. We made it. Sucro got there. I got there. We got there. And the answer is I'm a cat, I guess. That's also true. Also, that's really good art. Who's that guy in the middle, though? Never seen this guy in my life. I did it. I used to always say I would never get to Shadowbringers in like a million years. I've said this several times, but hey, now we're at the end. We just completed 5.0. And that also means that, well, given the structure of how things are going to be arranged, I think it's fair to basically say that now that we're in 5.x, although I've seen the main story of 5.1, we are in territory that I have not seen before, like officially. Well, I have not experienced before. There are things here and there that I know, but we are officially in the part of the game that, for the most part, I don't know. I've done like the first fight of Eden, the main story of 5.1, a few like dungeons here and there, like the twinning. Everyone loves the twinning. I might have to show the twinning so we can dance on camera or whatever, dance on stream. There is no camera, cameras aren't real. Probably did some other bonus dungeons. Like, if I open sucroplans.txt. Oh, and the only other thing I've seen that I can think of is the ranged DPS. Or the DPS role quest. I feel like that should be the role quest that I do next, because I've seen it before. And then after that, we can see all the other ones I haven't seen, as far as those go. It looks like the order I've listed things in is that next will be Wing 1 and 2 of Eden, which is 8 trials, I expect. So that's 7 things I haven't seen, and a whole bunch of story I haven't seen. I feel like this plan is still solid, the way I've arranged it. Eden, Wing 1 and 2, 5.1 role quests. Denier Zone, 5.2 in role quests, 5.3 in role quests and the role quests epilogue. Eden 3, Trials, 5.4, Role Quest Epilogue Part 2, 5.5, and Tales from the Shadows in that order. Bosja is also a content thing that exists now, but I will only cover a little bit of that. I realize I don't think I have Bosja in the list. The start of Bosja, that is. So I'm not sure where to put that in. Actually. There's like a trial there. I don't know where to fit that in. The rest of Bosja I might try on my own time and see if I can stick with that more than I stuck with Eureka. I do want the armor and weapon from there. Some of it. Because there's a cool set of armor and a cool sword. We don't need to watch all of the credits, there's so many of them. But I do like to see the pictures and hear the music. Maybe they run out of pictures eventually. It might be a while. Oh yeah, remember when this happened? And it was like, welcome to Shadowbringers, everyone? That's fair. If they're anywhere close to how nasty Omega is, that would make a lot of sense to do. We'll see. We'll see how I am feeling at any given point. That's a fair word of caution to give. I also have to remember that I keep talking about, like, not being fully confident in my tanking. Honestly, I should accept that it is perfectly valid. Well, first of all, I should accept that I'm not a bad tank, and I'm not a bad player of the video game. That's important, probably. And also, I should accept that if I want to, or if I feel like I need to, for any reason, there is no reason that there is nothing preventing me from changing job. I don't have to stay as a paladin. I have 4 other things at level 90. I would be unlikely to choose Scholar of those 4. But if I wanted to play as a DPS, I could play as a Reaper, Summoner, or Dancer. Dancer or Summoner would be more likely, because Reaper I'd have to practice it. I'd have to practice all of them. I'm not used to any of them. Like, I'm used to the Paladin rotation at this point, more or less. Not completely. But it's scary to run into things that I don't know as a tank. Like, hey, why do you have to show me Ranjit being rude? Why is this playing the Yulmore theme now? That's not the correct timing for this music at all. Lining in terms of the picture in the background here. Video game. Anyway. I think we can skip the credits now. I'm most worried about having a role with responsibility and then, like, fumbling in unexpected situations and whatnot could have consequences for the rest of the party is the problem. Like, if I'm a tank and I fumble, I don't die instantly, and if I'm a DPS and I fumble, I do die instantly, but it feels like it matters less? Maybe? Anyway, we're here now. I just wanted the main themes of Shadowbringers to be over mostly in the credits. I wanted to listen to all of them. I knew the Knights Blessed were amongst the revelers, aye, but the Crystarium was so crowded I thought it safe to speak my true name. Poor Runar and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you may recall, 'tis customary not to reveal one's true name outside of family and ceremony. Yet when I heard to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. An emotional people, the Blessed. I guess so. I just feel bad when I mess up is the thing, whether or not it's okay. It would seem I don't know my own limits. I had thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I need to forget my cares every now and then. What I don't need is to wake up to Alphino smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight while I slept. Gods, I hope I wasn't drooling. And then Alphino died again. It would seem that the city celebrated long into the night, not that I would know. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I woke to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alize asleep in the bed next to mine. She must have been just as weary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. Ah, 'twas a rare, tranquil morning made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. Oh, Sucro, are you well? No ill after effects? To my eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. Speaking of happy surprises, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. I hadn't realized just how many people we'd met along the way. And did you see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading. People came from moms around to join the festivities, but most seemed to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Norvrent will echo to the sound of clinking mugs for some while yet. I thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night until Urianger began to list all the names of my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water. Well, that is your last name. And you should keep that in mind, question mark. The ending to this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Also, Urianger listing all of those names of all people. Unexpected. The ending to this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Myriad were the lessons learned, yet there is one of particular import. 'Tis imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will. I must needs visit Bismarck in due course and scrub his teeth in thanks. Mayhap the airy arts of a fairy whale might be imparted to mortal men? We shall see. We shall see. Bath decisions is a weird typo for that. And also, yeah, that's fair. Also, I like that... Yeah, I know what you meant. I like that Urianger's #1 takeaway lesson, though he might be joking a little bit, is I need to solve this problem with Ocean. Probably. This dang Ocean. Urianger would never say this dang Ocean, but it'd be very funny if he did. Well... What's up?
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat.
Yeah, thrice danged. Also, I do like that he remembers he has to brush the whale's teeth.
Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more.
Well, except for the wall of light that'll be there forever.
In prospect,
maybe?
The
Is it
Source
still
need
there?
no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
Actually, is the wall of light still there? Or is it just barren wastes that you can now see? I have no idea. We did it! Yay! Go team!
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
Oh hey, Yashtul is noticing the timelines thing.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world.
Ah, I didn't realize that was also part of your plan.
Yet I
well?
am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the first.
Well, except for Sucro. Sucro's fine.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Yeah, that too. Absolutely that. Hey, we can see the
Besides, I
Exarch
never had any
emote now.
intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
If we tell Tataru the entire story of Shadowbringers at once, she might, like, explode or something. I think that might be...
You'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to
Well,
our
okay, I
fellow
guess we're gonna do that.
Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
I guess Tataru might explode. Nod.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
Hey Tataru, do you remember Garahati
I
at all?
imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all.
Okay, yeah, she would do that also. That's fair. Tataru would absolutely try to, like, write or find a writer for
Send word when you've
novelizations
resummoned our friend.
of the Scion adventures. I think I just
and
didn't...
do try to ensure she arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
I think she would explode and then reform and then novelize it. I think she would do everything that we've collectively suggested. Plus reforming, I guess.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared.
I'm going to be sad when Reen can't follow us to the source at any point, if that happens.
But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Nod.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh.
Gasp. Nod.
A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Wait, you don't consider yourself to be Grahatia? Are you talking to yourself? I guess you're talking to yourself, mostly. Partly? I guess the other Garaha still exist, also. Timelines. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source. By the way, other stuff is still happening. These people are running, for example. There they go. I think Xenos may have been here. Yeah, that's what I meant, like the other Garaha still exists.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Nod. I instinctively point out every single time anyone nods, and I will not be able to break this habit for the rest of time.
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
Terminus nodder.
Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them.
Oh, someone else died.
That was the Emperor.
What? You recognize the Emperor from him going, "Wah!" I guess that makes sense.
Your radiance!
Gaius, your animation. Huh. Huh.
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Who could this guy be? It's question marks. I'm guessing Xenos has his body back then.
Identify yourself, demon!
I guess the question marks is because we don't really know that for sure.
You were hoping for the Ascian?
Yep. No, it's not
The
Emmett.
craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself.
So Elizabeth just, like, left? That's funny, kind of.
But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction.
He said his famous catchphrase of Elida bye-bye and then, like, poofed away. As he does. Everyone knows this about Elizabeth.
Body and soul reunited at last.
Also that he might have sensed Emmett Selk dying. Also, it's reasonable to not want to fight Xenos, probably. All of these things are true.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
That's not how chess works, Gaius. What the fuck is happening, Gaius?
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat.
Gaius! He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore?
Jeez.
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
Xenos doesn't approve of
no other reason.
Xenos doesn't approve of Black Rose, but
interfere with my hunt.
Once again, I find myself saying we do not have to hand it to him. Under no circumstance do we have to hand it to this guy either.
Will not do so twice!
I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac, an Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making.
Oh, you know this, huh?
We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
That sounds bad. I feel like I should be concerned about this a little bit.
Xenos!
Oh. Okay, I'm here now. Yay! I guess it's fine. Xenos is dead again. Probably. No problems. No problems here. Sucro here. No problems. Speak with Tataru. That abrupt cut was the correct but startling cinematic choice. We're not actually done with 5.0 yet. We have to talk to Tataru. It's very important. I meant to like try and check in and see if there was any dialogue. Yeah, Xenos has like one brain cell, basically. And it's a really fucked up brain cell. And he sucks. That is correct, I believe. I meant to speak with Tataru more to see if there were any other lines. Anyone else have anything to say? Welcome, Sucro. As you can see, nothing of consequence has happened while you were away. You needn't worry for us. I don't remember if that's new dialogue or not. Arnvald has taken the lead in our efforts to contain the primals. He is adamant that we hold the fort, leaving you to pursue greater matters, and the rest of us could not agree more. I think this dialogue was here before. Yeah, I remember this, actually. Hey, Tataru. What's up? Wait, did you not realize? But, Sucro, is it really you? Hello. I'm a cat. But how, when did we didn't think you'd be back for ages. Time moves in mysterious ways. Or would you rather I went again? Let's go again. Monster Party credits. Time moves in mysterious ways. This much is very true. I think time is fake, actually. Right, so it does. The reports you had delivered by that excitable little pixie said as much. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out on that count. There was a whole short story about it. Questioning head tilt? Heh, Kryl and I had a terrible time tracking him down. It'll be worth it to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours, and then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Nod. Ah, the warrior of light back where she belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. Nod. It's Wind-Up Garahatia, and tomorrow. The future is where his destiny awaits. And that, I believe. Though there might be something else. There is. Meanwhile, on the moon, Elidibus is like, whoa, I'm in a pickle. Oblivion has claimed him. There's a special scene with Garaha if you have the minion, so I ought to deploy it? Really? Interesting. Emmett Selk, gone. La Habrea, gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Weren't there 4? Are you forgetting someone, or am I forgetting someone, or what? I thought there were 4 unsundered. I'm probably just forgetting someone. Hey, it's cool how the designs on your robes fade from, like, darkness colors to light colors. I think that's neat. Elidibus, actually. Once more, I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Seems like we got fucking owned, actually. Ah, Xenos, never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. And now that I've shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary, what a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has become muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. I hope in Endwalker we can go to this exact specific location on the moon where Elidibus is standing right now, and it is somehow marked in some way to make it obvious where this is. You have wrested the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world remain hidden and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, she may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at the last. Warriors of darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of warriors of light. Evil smile.
Don't imagine you're rid of us, because I'm Elidibus. My rhyme's insidious.
Elidibus? That's good. I want Elidibus to rap. Meanwhile, in... question mark? Meanwhile, beyond the wall of light, I happen to know this one. It seems you were right. Nod. Yes, there is something out there. Which would mean crossing it would mean crossing moms and moms of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way. What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family is for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. The next time Thancred's outfit changes, he will just have like a pin or like be holding a mug that says #1 Dad on it, and that'll be the only difference. That seems to be a something that's here. How interesting. Though blazing skies give way to gentle night, what hand can end the war of dark and light? Trust parties unlocked. By completing the main scenario quest Shadowbringers, you've unlocked the Trust system. Trust allows you to repeat previously completed main scenario dungeons with a party of NPC avatars who will gain experience and level up in accordance with their duty participation. Hooray. Furthermore, bolstered by your experiences in the first, you're now able to accept new quests from job-related NPCs in the source. In order to access them, the following conditions must be met. Oh, right! I forgot to put on... Another thing I forgot to put on the list is level 80 post-Shadowbringers Paladin job quest, etc. That doesn't take a lot of time, job quest epilogues, but worth doing eventually. Reach level 80, complete the relevant level 70 job quest, complete the associated role quest line. Quest locations and other details can be reviewed in the level 70 job quest journal entry. Yeah. In addition, quests to unlock new content have become available in the Crystarium. Rest well, warrior of light and darkness, for 2 worlds of adventure await your return. Achievement unlocked, Shadowbringers. Shaken Resolve is for later. So hey, we're officially the warrior of light and darkness now, according to the narration. I don't think we've been called that before. I think that's new. Unable to summon minions here. In order to fund the expedition of the Circus Trench, Tataru crafted this series of automaton modeled upon a certain Archon, the tales of whom she heard from Rambros. Hey, did we see Garaha get 2 red eyes at the end of Crystal Tower? I think we did. Because Garaha had only 1 red eye at the start of that whole thing. Okay, just checking. There he be. Grahatia. Oh, you might be thinking of a different minion? He's running. He's going. He's schmoving. Look at him go. I'm expecting that the Paladin level 80 job quest won't be that great. Because it's Paladin. But I remember the dancer one being neat, I guess, I think. The ears twitch. That's good. There he goes. There he goes. Here he goes. There's probably only 1 animation here. Yeah. Cue adventuresome music. He's going. Oh, the level 80 Paladin quest might be super good? Alright, sure. I'm willing to accept this as a possibility. Oh, there it is. That's about what I expected. Okay, they're different versions of this. This is not related. But I did see it in the list and I was like, I like that song. So I poked it. But anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. 5.0 is completed. Well, with the exception of some things that had quests in 5.0, I think. I think like the twinning was there from the start, maybe. But the main scenario quest of 5.0 is over. We did it. We got there. Sucro is now going to take a nap. Yeah, I expected this to take about 8 hours, but like, once we got close, I felt like I had to do the rest of it, you know? But yeah, well. I feel like I have to make a new game of the day thing, because I feel like, okay, there's still gonna be plenty of both of these emotions for the rest of Shadowbringers, but still, I feel like I need something more triumphant now. I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in any donation links or social media links or whatever, they're at borealrobin.card with 2rs.co. And I would also very much appreciate it if you would consider following or subscribing if you haven't already. That would be very cool and helpful of you, and I would appreciate it a lot. All of that said, I hope that you all have a great rest of the day, rest of the night, and I will see you next stream, whenever that may be. So, until then, bye? I don't really have a sign-off phrase. Bye-bye! Okay, bye.